I did the wrong one. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did.
Did you?
There we go. We are live. I did hit the wrong one. All right. What's going on, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Welcome to part 2 of the VZBot build. Let's see who's all here today. We've got Make, Delmar, Alex, Phil, Zombies in the house, Lisa's here, Jeff, Deanna, Kaiser, Natty's in the house too. What's going on, PF? So yeah, we are going to be continuing on the VZBot build. For anybody that missed Sunday, we started building the VZBot on Steve Build's channel, and we are going to be continuing this every Sunday and Wednesday. So Sunday's on Steve's channel, which will be at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then Wednesday is the normal time on here, which is noon Pacific Standard Time. So before getting into anything, I did want to give a big thank you to both Mellow and Print3d Shop. They provided the kits that made this possible, one for me and one for Steve. And just for anyone that wasn't here, the way this is working, Steve and I are both building our own VZBot, or is it audio in the background? Is that what you're hearing? Steve and I are both building our own VZ235s. We are not in the same location. Steve's at his place, and I am here. I think I heard Fabrico, Shammy, thank you very much for the member. So Steve and I are both building our own VZ235s, and yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I think that's it. Steve, do you want to say hi? Yeah. Did I miss anything initially?
Hey everybody, good afternoon, or good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are. Real quick, audio check. Are we sounding okay? Is the music okay?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think audio levels should be good, but if I'm louder than Steve or Steve's louder than me, let me know. And if the music, I had to change the music up today, so let me know as well how that is. Luke, Digital Dragon, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Jose, thank you for 6 months. Yeah, awesome. Let us know how audio sounds. Sounds okay. DJ Natty's best crossover ever. Thank you. Audio's good, awesome. Hey, PB, you made it too. I know you said you weren't sure time-wise. Glad to have you here.
Yes, that is awesome. And huge thanks to everybody who was here on Sunday as well. This was beyond what we expected. We had a ton of fun and everything worked. So yeah. We're excited to continue that here on Daniel's channel.
Yep. So do we want to cover, I guess, sort of where we left off?
Yeah. So first of all, Tracy in chat says cell phone pocket check. Luckily, I don't have much I can do here. My pocket can't do much. There's not a lot of damage that can be done. So
I did give you moderator permissions though, Steve. So there is some damage. I'm sure you can figure out how to do with your pocket.
Yeah, I might be able to silence someone, but I can't promote anybody. So.
Hey, Fabrico, Shammy, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Cheers, thank you.
Awesome. So last week, or Sunday, I'm got to shift gears here.
Yeah.
On Sunday, we put the frame together, and part of that was putting the Mellow Kit pre-assembled gantry into the frame. So it looks like we have a whole lot of progress here for not really a whole lot of work.
I'm gonna give you camera just right now. Yeah, okay. I'll give you host while you're talking about it so you can show it. Yep.
Okay. So something that we ran into, or at least I ran into after stream yesterday, is I wasn't quite happy with a couple of things lining up. So I went through and actually redid the whole frame. We talked about putting washers under screw heads when you're putting these frames together. I ended up having to do that for some of these Y rails, or the Y extrusions, to get them to tighten into place properly. And I think I took a couple of videos on that. So I'm gonna try to at least get those available to kind of show the difference between whether you have those washers in there or not.
Yeah, Steve sent them to me. Dragonflame, thank you very much for the membership. Steve was talking about it last week, basically, because I was having issues with the frame, and this isn't the first time. It was also on the Trident build where when I was tightening the frame, the extrusion was essentially lifting in the last little bit of the turn there. And so Steve had mentioned that by adding a washer underneath the bolt for blind joints, that it basically helps to sort of more evenly distribute that tightening, right? Is kind of how you explain it.
Yeah, what happens, and you might be able to see in here on the top, you can see the head of the screw, and then there's a washer there. What that washer provides is a consistent surface when you're tightening down, so that when you're tightening into these blind joints, you have two surfaces. You have to either side of this slot in the extrusion that your screw is tightening against. And once you've tightened that screw once, your screw head is bidden into the aluminum of the extrusion. So it always wants to tighten back into that same spot for one thing. And then since it's not a consistent surface, when you tighten it, it wants to shift. Putting a washer under there evens that out. Yeah. It gives you a little extra play without that washer having to move, as well as gives a consistent surface for the screw head to tighten down on.
Steve sent me a video of him tightening down one of the corners pre and post washer, and it was pretty substantial. It really made a big difference. So
I really think everything I was explaining was behind your view down there. So this is the screw head, and there's the washer. That should be visible now.
I think it was visible. I saw it. I was looking at the OBS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, it was sort of towards me, but I think still visible.
But that made all the difference in, especially when you have a critical joint or measurement like this distance here between these two extrusions is critical to be consistent across this whole extrusion. And having a washer in this joint allowed me to hold this in place and tighten it down without that last little bit shifting over.
Yeah, moving forward based off seeing that, I think that I'm just going to default to having a set of washers on hand to do that with, because I mean, 2 times in a row now, both the Trident and this, I experienced that at the end, and I didn't know. Again, prior, most of what I had done was a lot of like V0 stuff, and I think just having the smaller 1515s, it's easier to sort of grip them into place. But once you're getting to bigger extrusions, it just seems like they have an easier time shifting when you get towards that end, the end tightening. Let me really quick, just while the chat's getting away. Maurice, thank you very much for becoming a member. Dragonflame for the gifted membership, and then I think PF, I think I missed PF. Yeah, PF, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Cheers.
So someone said, why was I behind chat? It's because for some reason I had chat on my view. So I caused that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. So you got it active. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. You went through that. I don't know why that didn't show up.
That's weird.
That was from Sunday's stream.
How funny. Anyways, we got it figured out. I hit the wrong go live button. I had it set to my side instead of our split view, so it's gonna happen. I'm gonna do also. I usually do my best to keep up with chat. It's going to be due to just multitasking and volume of chat and things happening near impossible, but I will still do my best to keep up. But I apologize in advance if I'm not able to see a question or get through all the things. But yeah, so the game plan. Do we want to quickly talk on maybe game plan for today and kind of what we're hoping to get through?
Yeah, for sure. So what we're going to start with today is we're going to actually take some of this gantry apart. What we found out, I queried Mellow, and the rails don't come pre-greased. So we need to take these off and lube them up and put it all back together. We did notice that they're not straight as well. If you take these little printed guides for installing the rails, it shows that the rails aren't aligned properly. So some feedback for Mellow, some heads up for folks building these. Expect to take most of this gantry apart. You have to replace those printed parts. You need to lube the rails.
No grease ports, Delmar. There is no grease ports. No. Aaron says you have to keep up with Steve too. We'll see about that. I mean, now that we've done the frame, maybe, but Steve's going to lead the charge on. We're going to be greasing both the bed bearings, which will be pretty simple. For the bearing blocks, I'm going to have Steve show how he does that, because other than the method I've done recently, which is just squirting some through the backside of the rail, Steve doesn't like that. So I'm going to see what Steve wants to do instead regarding that. But yeah, there isn't a grease port on the side of these bearing blocks. Nice, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Cheers.
Awesome.
So basically I'm going to go back to
your view, and we'll start taking this apart.
Yeah, so basically the gantry does come assembled, but the fact that you need to check that these rails are straight, the fact that you need to grease the bearings and replace all the printed parts, it's really not, it doesn't really speed things up. We thought initially that it was going to speed things up, but it really doesn't. So it seems like it's more of a shipping thing. Let's see, the rails. Oh yeah, PB says the rails are LDO rails, so no grease ports, and there is a bit of a bummer, so.
For the most part, MGN9s are hard to find, especially in these non-high wind, whatever brand rails. It's hard to find them with
Grease ports.
With grease ports.
Yeah.
With functioning grease ports. There's a spot there, but the question is, does that channel actually lead to the bearings?
Yeah.
So.
Right. Oh, I'm super excited. I got to show this off. So Steve surprised me after Sunday's build. And I've got it's a nut driver for holding the M3 lock nuts, so I don't have to use my needle nose pliers anymore. Thank you, Steve. And Steve also has known for a long time that I've been drooling over his Nipix wrench set, and so this showed up. So I said early birthday present for me, so thank you very much, Steve. I'm excited. But yeah, I'm gonna use this today instead of the instead of needle nose. So you use needle nose and you can apply grease without removing it with 18.
So that assumes that those channels are actually connected, LSE, and yeah, and DJ, I realize that. That's why I'm switching to just a manual screwdriver here.
What were you doing? Over torquing it?
I was using my Hodo driver, and it was coming across.
Yeah, so we're just going to start by basically disassembling the X and Y rails. KB3D, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Are you, completely unrelated, but are you going to LBX in October? I swore I saw you comment something about going to LBX. If you are, I will see you there.
Oh, is that the Lightburn Expo?
Yeah, yep, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's in, it's going to be in Peoria, Illinois. In October, and I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I swore I saw KB3D mention that he was going, so all the laser stuff. Okay,
so
yeah, this is way
nicer. Says we can take out a bolt and inject grease that way, but that was what we were talking about. We're gonna avoid, I don't like that method. I'm really not a fan of that method.
If it was me, we'd probably be doing that. But I'm fine. If Steve wants to do it, like, you know, the more correct way that it's going to grease them a bit better, then I'm totally up for that. How did we take off the carbon rod?
So you took those 4 screws out of the ends, and then make sure you have your stoppers on the rails out, and then you should be able to just angle the rail out. Yep, okay. Just like that. Cool. And then make sure you keep your spacers.
Yep, that's right.
Set that right there.
Okay, and then you're just taking off all the bolts for the Y rails as well?
Yeah, so those need to be checked for tightness anyway. I think we should just take them off and keep them, that way it's a lot easier to manage holding onto the carriage.
Okay.
Aaron, I will be at IRF. I have my flight and hotel and car all booked. Everything, I will be there Thursday night. I'm volunteering for the event, so I'll be there all day Friday helping set up, and probably all day Sunday helping take down after the event.
That's cool. I didn't know you were actually doing that.
Yeah, I decided Voron won't have a official presence there, so there's no booth to man, or to help set up. So I figured I'd help others set up.
You're gonna be like the angel of the setup then. There's always, like, every time I've been to a show, there's always extra hands that can be used everywhere, you know?
Oh yeah,
that'll be really nice.
Imagine they have quite a few volunteers. Just want to be part of it.
Okay, so I got one of the CNC parts on the side.
Yep, just making sure we don't lose these
screws?
parts, screws, and that's a nice little machined spacer in there.
Yeah. I see one of them right now when I was turning it counterclockwise to loosen it, it was already sort of loose. So this is a good call that we're taking them off anyway to retighten everything.
Needed to be checked. I think everything in the gantry, I don't think the expectation with this gantry is that it was good to go, especially with the printed parts that need to be changed, but definitely a reminder that everybody should check every fastener in the gantry.
Yep. You already took your rails off?
No.
Okay.
Not yet. I just got the
CNC parts?
little XY joints off.
Okay. I wish I had... I don't have stoppers for Y, so I'll just be careful to hold the rail.
Yep.
Let's see. Someone said, how is it possible that the speed hype of 3D printing community has been so big and so little people have talked about the VZBot? I don't know. I think it's just because it's a smaller community. I don't know, like... I mean, there's definitely a following for VZBot. Yeah, I don't know. It's a great question. I mean, I think that for Voron, Steve, like the big turning point in terms of like it going from what it was to sort of so many people knowing about it was probably around the time that like the YouTube videos were coming out on it, right? When like
COVID. I mean, COVID.
Oh
really,
yeah. That's fair.
Really kickstarted a lot of gave a boost to a lot of the hobbyist, all the hobbyist sectors, not just 3D printing. I mean, we've seen it in 3D printing, but that's when we saw right there. I mean, there were three printers released at once in 2020 from Voron. The V0 was introduced. V1.6 got an update to 1.8, and then 2.2 got an update to 2.4.
Oh yeah, that was a
7 and 2.3 never got released. So
let's see. XR Bunker, thank you for becoming a member. Manuals are definitely a work in progress still. Yeah, we've seen. I have a few things we're gonna send over, PB, from like we just noticed when we were going over a few things. I think manuals. Well, I mean, other than the initial build, it's like one of the hardest things is documentation. It takes a lot of time to do, correctly and cover everything.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna move the frame out of the way, so I got the front rails all off. And I'm not a fan of Mellow's infatuation with hammerhead T-nuts.
Yeah.
Now it's slightly made not quite as bad by everything being kind of machined parts. As long as things line up perfectly, then hammerhead T-nuts slide or rotate into place better. And all the machine parts kind of help with that happening. But still, it would be much easier or more consistent to deal with if these were at least the ball spring T-nuts.
Yeah. I never really used ball spring T-nuts prior to a couple of builds ago, and now that I've used them, I love them. They're definitely, I mean, you just don't have to worry about them not spinning, like when you're tightening things in.
Yeah, it's just a little more sensitive to the T-nut themselves and the rails being on spec, so they pop in correctly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you taking this off right now, Steve? Like the X rail off the carbon rod?
I just took the hammerhead nuts and screws off the Y rails. I'm about to do what you're doing right now.
Okay.
So.
KB, nice screwdriver, Dan. Thank you.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I mentioned it before, but I didn't realize for the longest time that the end of it was a magnet. And now that I know that there is, having a magnet at my reach anytime I need it is so did you know that, Steve, that this little KB3D screwdriver, there's a yeah, I had no idea at first when I got it. I think someone told me on stream, and then I was kind of mind blown, and I use it all the time now for little screws that I drop and stuff like that.
There's Charlie.
You're brave not putting any of those screws and nuts in a tray.
What's that?
So Aaron said I'm brave for not putting the screws and nuts directly in a tray. I don't know if brave's the right word. I will in a moment here. I told Steve that my biggest paranoia about doing this with the bearing blocks was the little bearing balls inside. So Steve had mentioned getting some paper out, like paper towels to put down to prevent them from slipping around. So we'll see. See how it goes. Where's the hex tray? It's off camera right here. I've got all the T-nuts in it. I'll throw all this stuff. I'll throw all this in there.
Do you have a marker or something, a Sharpie somewhere?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Hey, Charlie. Here. There we go. People can see Charlie in the corner. Right in the middle of what I'm trying to do. Okay. Get down now. There we go.
It's funny. There's two cats on our street, and they're both like ginger-colored orange cats. Across the street is Minnie, and then the other one's like not a stray, but like we don't know. We just call him Handsome Cat. He's this orange kitty cat with a bow tie. They're just like super friendly and like comes into the garage when I'm working and is always like just such a joy. Erin's not really a big cat person, but even that cat, she's like, yeah, okay, like this cat might convert me.
Orange tabbies are awesome. Just in general.
Yeah. If you want some fun, strip the block down and run it through an ultrasonic. Yeah, I'm crazy.
Yeah, we're going to go to that point. What we're assuming here is these are new rails and they're a quality rail, and they're going to be clean. We're gonna put new grease in there that's just gonna displace the assembly lube that's on there. We're not gonna go through the trouble of doing a full ultrasonic bath cleaning type thing.
That would be, I mean, primarily to remove grime, right? Like any sort of other crap that's on them.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll get a rail even new that is gritty or whatever, doesn't slide smoothly, and it can help to get any manufacturing grit out of there.
Luke,
Charlie treat break today?
Aaron is going to let you have a cat soon. Not likely. Not likely. There was, I think it was before we had Jackson or knew we were having a baby, but I was trying for a while to convince her that I needed a cat. And so every stream we were printing out cat models, and I would just like leave them somewhere in the house so that way she got used to the idea of some kind of a cat being around. But nice. Yeah, so far that is not a battle that I appear to be winning. So we'll see. I got to admit, having baby Jack around, I don't know that I could handle any additional responsibility. But once he's a little bit older, maybe. I do really miss having a cat. So
yeah.
Okay.
We can probably find some time sometime today for a Charlie treat break, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Would absolutely.
Okay. Yep. Just making sure.
Okay, so I've got everything off. Let me throw these screws and M3 nuts into this tray before someone yells at me. You need cats. Got 3, couldn't go without them. They're great friends. Yeah, we have dogs, and like my older dog Delilah is always, she's outside my door right now. She always guards like everything I'm doing. But when we started when I started the channel, I had a cat, Sabrina, that ended up making it to like 16, 17 years old, and she was awesome. Every night when I'm up working on projects, like, you know, just always there, not doing anything productive, you know, just being a cat, you know. But I really miss having a cat. So, okay, I think at this point, Steve, I'm gonna pass the baton back to you. So that way, we'll look at Charlie for a second, if you, and then I'll let you kind of explain.
Aggressive pets, and then set him over on his bed.
Let's see, Christian says, if you're scared of losing the ball bearings, see your Discord for a tool made by Napa to massively reduce this risk. What is this tool? Let me really quickly see. Discord. These make a process about 100 times easier, and just slide one of these on and squeeze grease in. Oh man, they're 3MF files. These are MGN9s you said, right, Steve?
There's 12s and 9s.
Okay.
12s on Y and 9s on Z, or on X.
I'm gonna open this file really quick. I'm just curious to see what it looks like. I lied. It's yeah, I am. Slicer is opening. There we go. MGN greaser. Okay.
So some of those are probably fine and useful.
Huh. I'll have to look at it after. If it's not loading for some reason, it's okay. Okay, so I've got paper towel.
Got rails here. Got to get them in the right orientation. So what I do when I'm going to grease one of these is every one of these carriages has a groove on one side but not the other.
Interesting. Okay.
You see that? That's just
I do.
As an identifying mark, and then on the rail, I'll take just a Sharpie and mark that side of one of the rails, just so I make sure I put this back together the same way.
Does this again come back down to
Stream Zombie?
Like, is this kind of what I was sort of mentioning to you, where someone had told me again that like because the balls can be sort of unique to the channel that they're on? Is that why you want to make sure of that if you can?
Yeah, when they put these together, they size them they match them. So, and that's where these are Z1 preloads. It looks like, according to the number. So. Okay.
So yeah, I will do.
So just a little mark, just to identify which side, and then with this down on the table, so you don't accidentally drop it or slide it. Just before that, also I always check the end and make sure where it was cut. It's not burred, so you should be able to feel it with your fingernail if there's any major burrs.
Okay.
Because what's going to happen is we're going to take this carriage off the end of the rail, and if there's major burrs on where that was cut, it can put marks on the bearings and cause
issues.
Yeah.
These look pretty nice. I don't know how yours are looking, but these look, the ends look like they filed them down. Is that normal that they always have that sort of like chamfer on the end of them, or is that not?
I mean, the LDO does that, and I'm sure a lot of the manufacturers do that. You don't, because they get cut. These start as a really long rail, and they get to cut down the size. So now with this down here and that end marked, we can just gently slide this straight off the end.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Now I'm going to take the rail, and I'm going to take my paper towel, and I'm just going to use my fingernails and just get any little bits of dust or grit out of that.
Okay.
And that's it. Making sure I didn't wipe off my mark, and it's still there.
And there definitely is some little bit of
some little bits, especially since it's sitting, and we've had these now out for 3 days. Any dust in the room might settle in there.
My dogs. Cool. Okay.
So now the rail here, and I always work close to the table, because if you're working way up here, if things fall out, they bounce.
Bounces.
So work close to the table, and then I just take my grease syringe and just kind of press. I think you can see that, and just kind of just the tiniest little bit of grease along either side. And then, so that's on one. I don't have a handy dandy KB3D driver in here, so I'm going to use my other small screwdriver. So now with this still down, towards the end of where the bearings go in to recirculate through the rail, towards the end, I just kind of take a couple of them at a time and just push them into the channel. And that's going to take that grease with them.
You're a madman.
That's going to take most of that grease with them. And since you're doing this at the end of the rail, the springiness of that retainer, you're not going to lose any bearings. You just do like 2 bearings at a time into that channel. And then that'll expose all these clean bearings that haven't been greased, and you do that on both sides. So if you do this just 1 or 2 bearings at a time, you're not
Gotcha. And you, I coated the row that was visible with grease, and now you're saying move them a few at a time, so that way the ones that had grease go in and then re-grease again the ones that are exposed? Okay, cool. I probably did too much grease, but once we get them back on the rail, I assume they'll... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Plus, compared to how I normally do it, which again is just from
here.
the...
Let's see if I can get that to focus. Come on. There, that's a little better. Not a lot of grease in there. See? It should be coming into focus here in a second. I hope.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this definitely looks like it's more effective than my injecting through singular hole and praying that it makes its way into the balls.
You're guaranteeing that you're getting a distribution of grease in there. So obviously the concern and challenge is when you put this back together, you don't want to lose anything, have anything fall off. So let me know when you got that, and we'll go on to...
Well, you haven't done the second coating, have you, of the grease?
Yeah.
What? Okay. Oh, but once you put the second on, you don't have to remove them. You're just putting it back on the rail. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, this is definitely, I think, a little aggressive on this grease, but... Okay, all right.
Oil, so working in the grease to replace the oil takes a bit of work. The oil will resist the grease until it's fully incorporated. But these are so light, you can't even see the oil that's on these.
You mean the stuff that it's shipped with?
Yeah.
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 Okay, so as far as reinstalling, what's your strategy here?
We're gonna take our rail, and we're gonna turn it upside down. So the side that the carriage is going to ride on, we're gonna turn that to point down. And then we're gonna identify where our mark is.
Markers.
Okay, so it's on this side for me. So now I'm gonna turn my carriage around so those are on the same side.
Yep.
Okay. Now down here close, because once again, we want to be working close to our surface, because the higher, the more likely something's going to bounce if it comes out. But I put my thumb. Put your thumb into that channel.
Okay.
And then slide the rail on. Your thumb is going to keep those bearings and that spring retainer in place. And you just kind of work that on with your thumb in the way, and we're good.
I had a ball fall out.
You had a ball fall out?
Yeah.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. My thumb. Yeah. Okay, so it was a single... Yeah, I believe it was the side closest to me. Yeah, one sec. Let me get it off and then see if I can slide this back. And just chop it in.
But one nice thing is there's grease on there, so that that ball didn't go flying. It probably just stuck somewhere, right?
Yeah.
How small are your thumbs? People are saying small thumbs.
No, I got big thumbs.
You got
I think I pushed too hard. Yeah, I think so. Again, I hope that I got it into the right side. That's my only concern. But based off the side it was sticking to my thumb, it was the left side, so I assume it's the right.
Generally, if it fit in there, it's probably okay.
Okay.
And is it moving smoothly now?
Well, it's all the grease in there. It's yeah. I mean, when I'm moving it back and forth, I don't feel any binding or anything like that.
You're good then.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to the second one.
Yep.
We'll do the same thing.
Slide it off the end.
You absolutely can use the little rail pieces. This is just what I do. You can get little dummy, you can print a dummy rail to slide the carriage on and off of. You can use the little retainer piece that's in the tap files, would work as well.
But how would you get the grease on the balls if it's on another printed thing?
Just to get it on and off the rail.
Oh,
take
gotcha.
that off in between, but those printed pieces or the molded pieces that come with some rails don't fit nearly as tight as the
actual rail. Gotcha. Okay.
All right, Charlie. I said, don't be too concerned if any of the bearings come out. It's as long as you're close and it doesn't go flying.
Yeah, the issue was with the, like I told you, that I was telling Steve my story about why I've got like PTSD. It was on my first V0 build. I tried to take a shortcut on the on a screw up that I did, and the Z bearing blocks I dropped, and those are small carriages. I watched like 4 or 5 fall off of my desk onto my laminate and roll off away. So I after that I'm like, all right, well, a lot of these rails seem to be decent quality, at least that I've been using, and so for the most part I just wipe them down, and then again usually just put a little bit of grease through the back. But that Sensei Steve is here, so I feel I feel a little bit better. The files they sent, you slide them into them, and they have a path with holes. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. So it sounds like the file is sort of like what you're describing, Steve, but it has a channel for the grease to go. You squirt it into there, and then it distributes it into the bearing.
That would be cool. I'll check. Send me that link too. I'll check it out.
Okay, I will after. Okay, so I've got this one again, lining up the.
So also, when you're sliding this, you got your thumb holding the bearings in. Make sure that you're sliding the rail on straight. If you're trying to slide it on crooked, it's going to push those. It's going to have more chance of pushing those bearings.
Okay.
So and very slowly, just kind of work this thing on. Just like that.
I got one that popped out. I don't know how I'm getting one popping out each time, but it's definitely the same exact side, so closest to me. Maybe it is small thumb, Steve. All right, so let me see if I can get this one back in again.
Big thumbs. It's not settling into the channel properly.
Yeah, maybe. There we go. Let's see.
Yeah, Charlie's going to leave his mark on this build for sure. He's going to lay right across the rails here.
Okay, I got it back in. Confirmed small thumbs. Nothing like cat hair on the linear rail. It's fun. We'll see if it happens, but the adhesive for the overhead just gave out again, so we'll see if the other 2 hold, otherwise it'll hit me in the head.
Are you gonna have camera falling down on you?
I hope not. Well, not the camera, but I gotta figure out something else, man. I replaced the VHB tape and even wiped down the wall with some like IPA to clear it, like you had said, and it's still not sticking. So, you doing the final rail?
Yeah, the MGN9.
Okay. All right, coming off.
So this will tell you something. Maybe if your thumbs are too small, this one might be better.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna purposefully side thumb it so that way. Let's see now. Let's see if I can get this one. They say third time's the charm, Steve. So we'll see if I can do this one. But these ones are smaller balls, so I've got a little bit more. Yeah,
and these are as I'm pushing the bearings into the rail, into the channel. It's bunching up in the back here, so I'm just kind of touching them to push them back into their spot.
Okay.
So yeah, it's there, just little bits. I'd be really curious to see that bearing, that printed part, because if there's a printed part that will make this little method that I use a little more consistent for people, I'm all for it.
All right, we got one ball out. This is not thumb related though. This is just pushing it with it, but I got it back in. So
yeah, and you can just get them right back into
the grease is super helpful. Just keeping them sort of from just rolling out. Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Okay, so one side is pushed through. Let me get the other side, then I'll apply the final bit. It's the only time you'll hear me quiet. It's complete focus. Well, this is working out pretty well, actually. Let's see. There's a glob of grease, and so as I'm rotating them through like the ball carousel, they're all getting a little bit of that grease as they pass by. There we go. Okay, so I've got them all through. Let's try this. Add a little bit.
I'm on the. Oops. There we go.
Okay, moment of truth. We've got marker, we've got mark on block. You said upside down. Oh, thumb. The concern with the thumb that I feel like is I'm actually pushing down on the gate.
Well, the idea is to put enough pressure there to hold those spring retainers in place. You're not actually holding the bearings themselves in place. You're just keeping the spring retainer supported so the bearings can't pop out around it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I definitely had some pop out. Well, at least I'm consistent with this. So let me see. They were all from the same side, so it's definitely like the way I'm holding this close side. This was 4 balls, but they're all, again, all on the same side, so I think I should have a pretty...
But something that's hopefully helping is even if they're falling out, you're not having any real trouble.
Yeah.
You're not losing anything. Oh, we hit 100 likes. Well, PB, it could be, at this point, we haven't proven small thumbs. They could be very small, but maybe they're too big.
I like big thumbs.
I don't know which is better, big thumbs or small thumbs.
Okay, I got one in. It's a little bit tough to, like, 1 second. Where did that ball go? There it is.
It's weird to have Charlie Cam on this channel, but good weird. Awesome. Who is going to build this MGN2 printer?
So I can't, for some reason, get the balls to move.
Is that one full? Did they actually come out of a couple of them?
I don't see how that's possible. I think that it's just the way it's pressing. Let's see. Well, I can take it off again. I think what I might do is I might take it off again and just try to slow slide it without my thumb in place and just watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me try that. Okay, so nothing fell out the other side. Cool.
Yeah, let's switch over to watch what you're doing.
Okay. It's just insane levels of concentration. All right, so I got all the balls back in. It was a piece of cake. Once I could get them moving again, now I just need to see again the sliding aspect. So, but normally I don't. When I've done this before, I haven't had my thumb there, and I just sort of slowly watch what's happening. Okay, so one popped out. Okay, when I put that one in, another one popped out.
Yeah, you're gonna have more luck holding that in place. You're gonna wanna hold. You're definitely gonna want to use the thumb method. Let's see. Yep. And squeeze a little more with your thumb.
Okay. Yeah, I keep getting.
Get the meat of your thumb down in there and holding those springs in place.
Oh my God, Steve. Dude, I think, honestly, okay, all right. Here's my theory. Theory is not baby thumb or big thumb. I think standard 30-year-old male. But I think what it is I was just baby thumbing it. Like in terms of, I think I was not being aggressive enough. I was just sort of sitting it there because I had fear that I was going to be putting too much pressure, but you do need the thumb meat to get in there and actually act as a barrier. Yeah, I put way more push down once you said that right now, and nothing came out. So that's my theory, and I'm sticking with it.
Well, this is good because I've always just done it. I don't know how to articulate how hard to press there.
Yeah, it's
but
a pretty
now
good
this
press.
is a good,
Yeah,
good
no,
tip for folks.
It's a pretty good press. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and your thumb is to kind of slide along the carriage with that pressure. So
let me just make sure really quickly on that last one since I took it off, but no way, dude. I put it on the wrong way.
You put it on backwards? Hey, you get more practice.
Oh, God. I knew it. The second I was like, there's no way it was that easy. All right, yeah. Thank you, Zombie, for the banana.
The first try this time.
All right. Yeah, the Sharpie mark is right here. On this side, you can't really see it, but the line is on the other side. Okay, so sliding this off just in one fell swoop. Cool. Okay, balls are all good. Sharpie marks on here. This is like this, and we are going. You said upside, yeah, upside down like this, and then pushing.
Sure, where's your Sharpie mark versus your line now?
Yeah. That's how I screwed up. That's exactly how I screwed up. All right. All right, we are going in. Just want to get it started, and then I can push my thumb. There we go.
I'll get that. Keep that pressure. You should be able to slide along.
Damn, one ball. I got one out. Okay, but it's better than last time. It was closer. Yeah. It was closer. Yeah. Okay. We're improvements. The thumb method. One doesn't just master the thumb method, right? Like you gotta. It takes practice. Like all things.
Putting years of practice.
Yeah, exactly. So, Steve is. Okay, let me see. Let me get this. Let me focus on this last ball. That's hilarious. I can't believe I put it on the backwards. Let's see.
Oh, Peter, let the magic smoke out of some 12-volt fans. That sucks. I normally place the side of my finger in the channel. It places a bit of pressure on the springs, holding the ball bearings in place.
Done. Done. Yeah, dude. Awesome. Yeah, it really is it. You've got to put more pressure than you think you do to hold it in place. And like you said, I was sort of putting the pressure, then moving it, but you just the whole time I think you need to put the pressure and slide the rail towards your thumb that's still applying that pressure. So, yes, if this was if there was like a 3D printing like badge, I would get like a belt loop or a badge, some sort of scout thing.
Your patch.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take it. Awesome. Okay. So now we're going to put them back on.
Yep. So we're gonna do the wires first.
Okay, I'm gonna start with X actually, just because I think it'll be, maybe that's not a good idea.
It's easier to put the rail on and then put, the
Y.
the X carbon tube on,
and then the rail after. Yep.
I think so.
Okay.
So these were done. We'll have to get all these hammerhead nuts on here.
Oh, that's right. That's actually the first thing I'll do is get let me go overhead really quick here.
That's what I'm doing right now, is putting the screws in and the hammerhead nuts on.
They were like every other, I think, right?
It skipped 2.
Okay.
So from the end, 1 in each end, and then skip 2 holes, and then the next one. And then, I think that was right. And then it skipped 1, and then it had 2 in the center. I don't know if that makes sense. 1, 2. Yeah, that's how it was set up before. Is it skipped 2, 1 in the end, skip 2.
Okay. 1 in the end.
That's how it came.
2. Okay.
And then 2, and then skip 1, and then 2 was in the center.
Okay. Not conventional.
This is not necessarily what I would have done. I probably would have done every other one starting from the ends, and then left 2 open in the middle or something. But it's fine. I don't feel strongly either way.
Still can't believe I put the put it back on the wrong way. Let me zoom in a little bit.
There's a little bit of play in these printed parts I have, so I'm just going to tighten these with the rail pressed in very lightly pressed in one direction.
Gotcha. The you're talking about the rail jigs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'm just centering it between the rear
CNC parts?
Yeah, the front and rear CNC parts. And then you tighten from the inside ones out.
Does Voron 2.4 use all MGN9 except for X? I think that's yes, right?
Correct. All MGN9 except for X.
I just built it, and I was like, I know they're all pretty much the same except for the beefier. Yeah, X is a 12 then?
Correct.
Okay.
These hammerhead nuts are, you just kind of, at a certain point, have to have some faith that they rotated into place.
Agreed. Agreed. I noticed, like, I know that if you only have the bolts threaded in a couple of turns, your chances are much better.
Yeah.
If you have them, if you already have it threaded in quite a few turns, it for some reason doesn't seem like it gets enough slack during the tightening process to rotate. But I've used a ton of T-nuts over the years, so I feel fairly confident with them. But there have been a couple times where it surprised me when I thought, oh wow, it's actually not, not incorrectly.
Oh no.
What happened?
Okay, I'm gonna have to refer to the CAD.
What happened?
Are these? Yeah, there's a logo on both sides. You gotta figure out exactly which way the XY joint goes on.
Oh. Okay.
I made a note to replace all hammer nuts with spring nuts. I agree, they are easier to use. So the question I have, PB, make sure, something I would check is make sure the spacing, can you give me control for a second?
Yeah, guessful, there you go.
Okay, let's go, way over here. Make sure that the spacing for these, especially your stepper mounts, on the front it looks like probably okay, but make sure the spacing will allow for the spring nuts. Because if you look at these, if you try to line this up, the hole on these spring nuts is offset, right? So if we try to line these up, can we get them to line up properly and have everything still fit? If you did this, then the T-nut's gonna stick out the end. If that's okay, then that's okay. But you couldn't put these, like, say, together like that because the spacing is wrong. Does that make sense? Definitely can be used on the rails. But if you're looking at replacing hammerheads in some of these other spots, I'd look at those areas, and you can have control back.
Okay. Hey, Pedro. All right. So let's go side. All right. I've got this in place. Did you turn your frame sideways and you put the Y on, or no? You just set it vertically.
No, I turned it sideways. Set it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny, the corner view of me as an extra small Charlie cam.
Mini Charlie. All right.
That's okay. Extra small Charlie cam better than no Charlie cam.
All right, dropping these in place. Did you check to make sure your blocks were like the text on LDO was facing a certain direction, or no? You didn't really.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I figured as much. I figured you wouldn't have just willy-nilly put them on. All right, so we'll put you here. Mine has a little play as well. Yeah, tiny bit. You said you put a little bit of side force on it then?
Yeah, just consistently. So just barely touch it to one side as you're tightening those two center ones.
Yep.
Yeah, Aaron says text is always upright on rails and belts. It's important to me.
For anyone that saw the Trident stream when I put the front corner pieces on with the Voron logo on the sides instead of the front, Steve did say he was bothered.
I was.
Aaron was the one. Aaron was the only other person in chat that looked at his Trident and was like, mine are on the side too, and I was like, cool.
I went into the CAD to see if I had an argument to tell you that you had to change them, but they do. It works.
Yeah.
It's not good. It's not correct, but it works.
It makes it go faster, Aaron says.
There's some non-zero chance that if you have your belts on upside down, they will wear faster.
All right, here we go. One down.
On to the next one now.
You got both Y rails on it, or no? You're doing the
Actually, did you put on the one side while it was already sitting there? Did you put your carriage back on?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I will. Let me get this rail on, and then I'll check that. Did you check to see the orientation?
I have questions. Yeah. We're working on the left side here. I'm working on the left side. The smooth idler goes towards the front of the printer.
On the okay, so back on the one I was using a second ago, because I'm on the right side now.
I'm putting the carriage on the left side. Okay. The XY carriage.
Hey, pushing. Bottom panels go on the printer. Yes.
Bottom panels go on printers. Yes. PB. There is a little bit of play in these aluminum carriages. How do we confirm that this is all bolted in straight and not skewed? Because I think that's important.
Show if you've got a camera of that, show it.
So here, the XY joint here has some wiggle room here. If I tighten this down right now, how are we confirming that everything is squared up when we put the carbon rail on, especially considering you can't get to these fasteners once the rail's on? So I guess my thought would be you probably want to push these to one side, so at least to the heads of the screws it is squared, and forward and back isn't as important because the rail will just take up that play.
I'm undoing the first rail I did. I looked at it from the true side, and it was not centered enough between the front and back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly nudge it. Let me see if I look at it. I was looking at it from up top, and there we go, it looks better.
Did that make sense what my concern is here? And my focus is terrible because I'm working on the bottom of the rail here, but this can wiggle this way. And I guess my inclination would be to just kind of push it to one side and then tighten it down. See what you mean? I normally bolt them on with the printer standing up straight so they hang down naturally, but I'll see if we can design a printed guide or so for that. Yeah. Now, do you have that spacer in there, Daniel?
The space.
Oh, we haven't gotten to this yet, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a spacer.
Okay.
So are we gonna, is he saying he thinks it's better to stand it up when we do that?
He does it standing up, just letting gravity take care of it.
Uh-huh.
I think on its side like this, but as you tighten two of these, maybe make sure. So I would push these to either towards the top of the printer or the bottom of the printer, and then slightly tighten the opposite from, like if I'm pushing from this side, slightly tighten these two screws because you can get to them easier. And that will use the screws themselves to index this at least flat to the printer.
So if I want to make sure I'm doing the same one. So if we're looking at the front of the printer, you're doing the left side right now?
Correct.
Okay, and so that one's got the smooth. Smooth is on the left side. Okay, let me see. Let me get these started. Wait, you know what? There's also, did you install the standoff thing?
Yes.
Okay. How does that go in?
It goes the parts that are here.
Like, is the flat back of it going towards the bearing, or is the?
You see that? You can probably see that.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So the flat part goes against the other CNC part, and then the standoffs go towards the. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Ravenous.
Okay. I'm gonna switch back over to the side view. There we go.
And you definitely, this is absolutely ball end driver required.
Yep.
And then you're not getting to these screws ahead of time or later, so just making sure that they are very snug.
You know what? I think I screwed up.
You want, if that is, oh yeah, you're correct.
Okay.
According to the CAD, you're correct. Assuming the CAD has toothed idlers. Yep, modeled. Yep, you're correct.
Okay, let me.
You're on the left side right now?
Yeah, I should be on the same side as you. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep them semi-loose just to verify before I secure them, kind of what you're saying. So, 1 second here. Got them semi-snug, but not tight.
Is that a ball driver you're using?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, gotcha. So at this point, you're saying there's some wiggles. You're saying you think just to push it towards
like light pressure that way. Yep.
Okay.
And then slightly. Yep. Those two screws are the easiest to get to right now. So tighten both of those, and then tighten the others.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna also take out my like hex keys for this because I've got grease a little bit on my hand still, and so I'm not getting, it's not getting quite as tight as I would like. So let me get a little bit more of a turn here. There we go. Okay. Hey, what's up, Doodle? Nope, not Doodle. Dougal. Hey, Tiago. Okay, so one in, flipping over the other side. And then I'm assuming we want to pull them towards the same direction. They should be uniform in terms of if you're pulling them towards top or the bottom of the machine, right? That's what you're thinking?
What's that?
For the second one, yeah, pull it the opposite direction. Yep. And smooth still goes forward on this side, or it's opposite on the other side? I got this towards.
It's so this smooth is forward. It's just going to be on the bottom instead of the top.
Yep. Cool. And then one thing I'm not sure of, I think it was like this.
Let me say. I always use a cross pattern. Yes, that for final tightening, the cross pattern is a good idea. But to index it and hold it in place, you're going to need to tighten those two on the side. If you don't do that, then you're going to end up with it shifting out of place because the space for your driver gets a little tight, and I think it's going to shift it if you don't tighten those first two enough to hold in place. And there is no real good way to use a reference point on these for measurements. It's so small that distance there, you're going to have a very hard time finding a spot that you can actually measure this. And this kit, Aaron, is using aluminum spacers for that.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the reason for that additional spacer is. Do you got that, PB?
Is it what allows us to not need that end part? Like, remember, Remember you were showing the printed part that had the like cutouts for the... No, that doesn't make
Oh.
sense. That'd be closer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, actually.
Yeah. Something that I've noticed a lot of this kit relies on, and it's easier to rely on when you're using machine parts, but it is relying on spacing being exact. The length of some of these extrusions, like this rear extrusion between the stepper motors, can't be any longer than it is. Otherwise, it won't fit.
Yeah, there's like a little piece in the aluminum part that it basically goes right up to the end, end of. I saw that. Okay,
Belts go behind there. It was printed. Oh, okay. Belts go behind there. That's why. That's a good answer. Thank you.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's matcha time. Dirty matcha time.
Nice.
Ooh, with boba. Thank you.
With boba.
Yeah. Erin's fancy. She's like, we're gonna start like I don't know, like a drive-through. Okay, so these are in place. That looks good. Now we're moving on to the carbon. I'll do overhead for that.
Yeah, the quality of the machine parts is vital here. And everything I've seen, at least appearance-wise, the machine parts on here is spot on. It's all very nicely machined.
Oh, well, that's at least a good thing. If your linear rails are not perfectly centered, like mine, I think, these CNC parts give you a fair bit of, like if you try to go all the way to the end, right? Like you've got a fair bit of space for the block not coming off the rail.
Yeah.
So, nice. Thank you very much for the 10 euros. Just because, enjoy the stream and smash the like button. Thank you. What are we? I haven't looked. What are we at? Nice, 121 likes. Let's see if we can hit 200 likes. We're gonna be opening up, let's see, we went live an hour ago. So in half an hour, we are going to be opening the giveaway for the Polymaker filament. Let's see if we can get to 200 likes. Let's start with 150. Let's see if we can get to 150. And then we'll try for 200. All right, so you got both your CNC sides on?
I'm working on the right one, the right side one. It's kind of just making sure I don't cross thread these screws because we're using a ball driver to get them started even.
Yep.
So.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm gonna see if I can get these spacers.
And I was looking at this. Someone mentioned using a 1, 2, 3 block, but there aren't any real. It doesn't line up with anything to use that.
You mean for the shifting? For the shifting of the... Yeah. Okay.
Shifting the part.
You know what? I think I needed to do this.
You should see the raw aluminum look ones. Those are also sexy. I prefer seeing the tooling path on them slightly. Yeah, that's definitely a good aesthetic. I like seeing the tool paths as well.
Without anodizing?
Yeah.
Troy, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. Why is this having a harder time?
Oh, you already got it ready to go on?
Yeah, wait, did I miss something? I think I did.
No.
I did the spacers and...
I was surprised. You're ahead of me.
Yeah, we'll see how long that holds true. Let's see.
Okay. So are we ready to... I think we're ready to put the rail on.
Not convinced that my spacer is... there we go.
The part inside the carbon tube, they're kind of pressed in, Pascal. So they don't fall out. They're kind of held in. There's no way for them to fall out. It's talking about the printed crush spacer.
Oh, inside?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I'm getting that back out. It was that was a big thumb move, not a little thumb move.
Nice.
All right. Spacer.
Moving this back and forth so I can put these in. We did what last stream? Oh yeah, the spacers. I think that's what they're talking about.
Okay, I think
What are your printed parts?
Colors?
Yep.
So it's a combination of Polymaker, Galaxy, ASA, Orange. Let me grab a big piece to show. And then the black is 3D Tech, carbon fiber PETG. So this
PETG?
is... Nope, I lied. ASA.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. I think because I just did the video on that carbon PET, like I've got PETG on my brain. But yeah, it's ASA.
And mine is what's the orange? You said Polymaker, Galaxy Orange.
Yeah, Galaxy it's ASA. I'm pretty sure. I don't think they have half their Galaxy colors in ABS and half in ASA for the
I'm
styrene.
pretty sure the orange is ABS.
Okay, yeah.
The green is ASA. Mine is the Galaxy Green ASA, along with some generic carbon fiber ASA and some parts in 3D Tech carbon fiber polycarbonate on mine. And those weren't inserted with heat chamois, they were friction.
What was?
Those little crush spacers in the carbon tube.
Oh yeah.
They were friction.
Okay, so I got one of my
Yeah, Zombie's confirming orange is ABS.
Okay.
And then Aaron, we're thinking, we don't know, because I think once we hit electronics and wiring, it's going to take a little bit.
Yeah.
We're figuring minimum a month worth of streams, and that's two streams a week. Realistically, it's probably going to go 6 weeks or so worth of streams.
This is your new regular broadcast. But yeah, I imagine. We briefly looked at electronics just to sort of get a general idea, and it's gonna take a while.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, Steve's got me doing all the electronics on stream, which I normally don't do, so it's gonna be it'll be fun. I'm excited for it, but I definitely think the electronics also. Didn't PB say that the mechanical part of it usually takes a day, and the electronics take 2 days? So yeah. It's definitely a bit longer. Okay, so I got spacers lined up. Is giveaway closed? No, giveaway hasn't opened. Giveaway will open in roughly 17 minutes.
So we may have some viewers here that are new. What is your normal channel or giveaway process?
Yeah, so let me go from here. So we do a giveaway every single week, same time. So if we go live at noon Pacific Standard Time, it's an hour and a half in. So 1:30 p.m. is when the giveaway opens. It's open for half an hour, and then we do the drawing on stream. I used to do it where you had to be here when we did the drawing, but because so much, it's later in the day and there's so many viewers midweek, not in the United States or in this time zone, it's so late that you don't have to be here during the drawing. You will get an email. Whoever wins will get an email, and then yeah, that's really the way it goes. So yeah, I originally did it where it was you had to be present, and I still do it like that for the big stream giveaways, but for the weekly one, you don't have to be present. No. So Aaron says, "Be careful."
Don't let in your tea.
I've only had that first sip. Let me see. Let me see.
I want some more vanilla in my tea.
It's perfect. Thank you. I don't doesn't need any more vanilla. Okay. So overhead. Okay, I got my. Did you get your? Are you working on your extra? Where are you at right now?
I have the ends. The carbon X is bolted in.
Okay, so you've surpassed me. Is what you're saying. Let me get the. I just gotta get the nuts on the end here. You know what? I think I need to start it. Let's see.
Hey, sweet ham.
I wonder if I can get a good angle of this. Let's drop the camera down. I just realized that we're gonna get an hour and a half in and haven't started the bed stuff.
That's okay. We have to do the, or go through the process, right?
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. There we go. I'm sure we'll be happier for it later on.
Just a little note as you're working on that. A lot of this build, especially considering there's machined parts, it is so critical to have your frame lined up, to have all of these parts, because there's no room for error in the tolerance stacking. The Y rails won't move smoothly if the extrusions that those rails are bolted to aren't perfectly flush with the ends of the frame. If the machine parts that hold the stepper motors in aren't bolted in the right spots, things don't line up. So taking care when you're building the frame, when you're doing this stuff, is gonna pay off in a smoother running gantry.
Yeah, it's worth the time up front. It's much less forgiving, you're saying, than printed because it's rigid. The parts are rigid. There's no, they can't shift. They can't. I mean, I guess they can, but not. They won't. Not like. Did you do any kind of, when you're doing this? Were you aligning them up against the?
Yes. When I bolted those ends in, I had it pushed against the stepper mounts in the back.
Okay. Let me show that then, because I didn't do that for a second there.
Yeah.
I figured you did. Once I was doing it, I'm like, this doesn't seem right. Okay. So all I'm gonna do is I've only tightened up the outer one, so I'm just gonna loosen it a couple of turns. That, and then do the same over here.
Colton, we are building this to basically 99% to the Mellow Kit. How the Mellow Kit comes is how we're building it. To about 98, 99% of that.
Yeah. The only things we haven't done so far are the inserts, right? That's the only thing I can think of that we've just not done.
Yeah. There's some frame corner brackets that we left out.
Someone asked, let's see, Pambu P1S in the background, new video coming soon. Yeah, it is the P1S, and I will be doing a video. I don't know soon, though. I've got, there's a pretty big queue, so.
The modifications.
Yeah.
As the Mellow Kit is how it's being built. Now, after we're done with the series, then there are lots of things that would be neat to play with.
Yep.
Some of the
I have a few in mind.
Stuff, some of the, maybe the alternate X carriage, the aluminum one instead of the carbon one. Did we get some buffering?
Did we? It looks green on my end.
Said they got some buffering.
Okay. Hopefully it was just a freak thing. It looks, I see green.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's green now. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Mine is on. All right. So now we're doing.
Does that move through the range of motion smooth?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think it's still the grease, right? Like it needs to work that in a little bit more, but it's not like I don't feel any like.
Okay. So now we can put the X rail on.
Yeah, I think it'll.
Some of that may be once it's belted and everything is truly de-racked, then it'll go. Because right now when you're moving that, no matter how hard you try, it's easy to get it to skew a little bit, and any skew in this is going to result in it binding.
Yeah, I feel it binding right towards the end here. Like, I mean, I don't know, maybe 15 millimeters before it hits this side. I'm gonna leave it for now. And yeah, if I still feel that, or it's having issues later, I'll have to readdress it. But I used the jigs, I pushed slightly. I think it's as good as I'm gonna get it right now.
Yeah.
So
the width of your Y extrusions, the width this way is what's going to impact that.
Okay.
So, okay. So now we can get our. So on the X rail, it was every other hole, and it's easy to tell because it's the one that has a cutout in the bottom of this carbon fiber extrusion.
Perfect. Let me make sure I've got this. Let's see, machine. The front is this way. Hey, we hit 150. Nice. We hit 151. Nice. Cool. Thank you. Giveaway will be open in 10 minutes, and I'll announce it when we do. All right. So start by just dropping the bolts through.
To use your handy dandy nut driver.
Yeah, I'm already super happy about it. It would have been, I don't know how I would have done it. Again, I looked in the garage for tools. I was like, I don't have anything that can get through this carbon rods. My needle nose pliers have failed me.
Can't miss those holes in the bottom. They're pretty massive. The 16 millimeter ID. Yeah.
Yeah, they are big. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Woodcat? Which nut drivers do you have? Well, I had none prior to yesterday when the doorbell rang and delivery came from Steve. But these are, what was the brand on this, Steve? This one? It's Dynamite. Yeah. So this is the one. Steve saw me struggling or talking about this on Sunday, and so he got me this one. So honestly, the entire time prior to this, I've always just used, at least for M3, needle nose pliers, and it's never been an issue. But it's one of those things where until you have the right tool, you don't realize like you've been doing things kind of archaic for a while. So yeah, I will not be going back. All right, let's see if I can get these started.
Okay, and then we want to make sure that this is loose enough so that it'll...
How did you get them started? Because the pockets for the M3 nuts are too... Did you use your finger to get them started? Like the M3 on the end of the...
I put the nut in the end of the driver.
Uh-huh.
And then just kind of lined it up, pushed up from the inside.
I don't know if the screws. I don't think the screws are long enough to catch it. Maybe I put something in the bottom here. Let's see.
How far does the nut drop really far into that?
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Oh, so my driver I have here, when you put the nut in, it's naturally just it sits
right
in the end.
Gotcha.
Yeah, if you shove a paper towel in there or something.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Just throw something random in there.
Yeah.
Well, drivers. What's the next planned build? Geez, it's gonna be a while probably until we're done with this. But after this, we're going back to the Trident. We got done with, what did we do? We did AB motors and Z. We finished the Z on the previous stream. So yeah, we'll be going back to Trident after this. Okay, there we go. That should do it.
To put another nut in. Yeah, if you have extra M3 nuts, stack up in there until it lines up. That would work too.
The paper's working pretty good. Getting it out will be fun.
Yeah. Is Trident any good? Zombies fishing.
Sounds like a zombie question. All right.
Okay. X-rail is on. Linear rail rubber stopper part should work too. Something to get in there. The Trident lead designer is a bit of a stickler for bottom panels. That is absolutely true.
Let me know when you want to do Charlie treat time too. I don't know how far in you normally do.
Whenever. He's sleeping right now.
Okay. Shammy, thank you very much for Rika Shammy for the 5 gift memberships. All right, we are almost back to where we were, but in better shape. right, so let me put on my little centering pieces.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome.
Okay, this one feels, did yours feel tighter? This one feels a bit tighter than the...
Yes, yes,
okay, cool.
it pretty much lined up just fine without any play.
Awesome.
So I just used it, yeah.
Nice to still forget ERCF. Oh, geez. Well, I've been told that ERCF has like gone through a bunch of changes. I don't know. Zombie was talking about it. It's called something different now too, or there's a different variant of it. So, but yes, we do need to finish the ERCF that I bought 1.5 years ago from Fabrico, and just it sat for a year. Then we started it, and I realized that my tolerances weren't that great, and man, tolerances are real important for the ERCF parts. But yes, we will absolutely be doing that. It'll go on either probably the 2.4 or the Trident.
Okay.
Okay, just torquing these last couple turns, Steve, and then we're good.
Cool. Did you tighten the machine parts, the X or the AB stepper mounts and that kind of thing yet?
Yeah. Well, like only the ones that were like I didn't take it apart and do that. No. So like.
Right.
Yeah, not the ones for the actual motors, but the ones that we needed to get the gantry tightened up. I did. Why?
Okay.
You thinking that?
No, just, I mean, if we're going through and just kind of finishing off the gantry as far as the mounting things to the frame and stuff, we can tighten those up. Everything feel good?
Yeah.
Is the rail on the right way?
Yes. Yes, this is the front. Yeah, you scared me for a second. I was like, I double checked that, Steve. Yeah, this looks good. Yeah, it is though. Again, we'll have to see long term what happens. It's fine, but like the very end here, I do feel binding. Like at the very end.
When you look at your frame, those Y rails, are they flush with the sides, with the corner extrusions?
I think that this one might be a little bit out.
Okay. Maybe an off-camera tweak.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave it for now, but I'll play around with it. I will play around with it a little bit later, and I might end up doing it. The back ones feel flush, both sides. Like as far as in and out goes, they're right up against it. Front left feels good, but on this one I can feel a little bit snagging.
A little outer in.
Yeah, I can feel it snagging, and if that's the case, then that could be what's causing that issue. Yeah, exactly. So I might just to check that off, do that again after the stream. So, okay, we are 1 minute away. So I'm going to open up the giveaway. For anyone that hasn't done one before, there will be a link to a form that I'll post in chat that'll be pinned to the top, and it basically just has your YouTube name, I think country, email, and then Discord. If you don't have a Discord, it does require you put a Discord in, so just put just put the thing as a placeholder, and I typically end up reaching out via email anyway, so probably should just remove it, but I kept it because if it was someone I already talked to in Discord, I was like, oh, I'll just Discord them. So let me get this open really quick here.
Hey, Sun Turtle.
All right. Send. Copy link, shorten link. All right, it is there. I'll pin it in 1 second. When you do pop-out chat now, Steve, do you get the little, like, is there an emoji thing on the side? Because it blocks my ability to pin things.
I don't see it here.
Okay.
I
wonder if I added it. All right. Okay, it's officially pinned, so it'll be there. You got 30 minutes to enter, and then we will do the drawing on stream. So.
Do you actually notice something?
What's that?
I don't get when I pop out chat, it doesn't actually give me any of the other Functions. Interesting.
What a nice little cup. This is, Aaron wants me drinking more water. So, what functions?
Well, I just realized that I have this, and when I pop out chat, I don't see the option to do it. Let's just do that, make it easy. I didn't get, with chat popped out, I didn't get an option to do that.
Oh, cool. 15 months, thanks, Steve. Nice. I think
Pop
that's
out chat again.
Probably as long as I've done the memberships. Cool. Are you ready to pivot towards bed stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me see. I think
we're full. We're full screen here. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see, more to fill in. It doesn't say what the prize is anywhere. Polymaker filament. Yes, sorry. So yes, it's for a school of Polymaker filament. So you can tell this guy is from California. Yeah, so it's a spool of Polymaker filament and shipped anywhere. So if you're in the US or Canada, it's a gift card. And if you are not in the US or Canada, it's any PLA, ABS, ASA, or PETG, other than exotic. So no like carbon or glass filled, but any of the colors. And yeah, that's really it. Printer food. Okay, so moving forward, let me go ahead here and pull up.
I'm getting bits and pieces out.
Okay, I'm gonna show the desktop. So, okay, so we're done with the frame. Well, we didn't do the handles. Do you want to put handles on, or do you want to wait until after?
Wait.
Okay. Okay, so we finalized the frame, and we are moving on to the Z lower rod and lead screw. So for this, we are going to be needing the Z alignment tools. So let me grab those. We need our, let's see, T-nuts, M412s, T-nuts, 608. Oh, the bearings. Oh, do we want to start by greasing the bearings?
I think we start.
Oh, we don't need that. We don't need that until after, right? I think that's not.
We put the first parts of the rails and stuff, and then we'll put the bed carriage together, and that's when we'll grease the bearings.
Yeah, good point. Okay, so we need the CNC'd parts for the bed. So bottom pieces, smooth rods, and lead screws.
The Oldham couplers, all the fun stuff.
Some turtle camper plane. I heard the zombie hijack is going to personally deliver the spool. Yes, zombie did say he would personally deliver the spool. The CNC part. The bed's gorgeous. Show here. You're going full. Yeah, it's freaking awesome looking.
There was some, where was it? Oh yeah.
I already see a missing step in the docks. The Z assembly, when putting on the lower brace, you also need to add M4 roll-in nuts to the 2020. You also need to add a M4 roll-in nut to 2020. The VZ230 is pretty much similar for this. Oh, the 330. The VZ330 is similar and is much better detailed already. Okay. Let me grab the things and I guess we can check that. So I need you. We need you. Okay, so that's it for this step. Let's check. I'm gonna check really quick the 330. So 330 Mellow Kit. Let's see if we go to Z assembly in bed. Lower rod and lead screw. Oh wow, it does show a lot more. Like it's got pictures next to the parts. The STL's laid out. Yeah, this is better.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I gotta put in a few bits and pieces. Yeah.
This CNC'd plate though, the first thing we're putting in the CNC'd plate is only on the bottom, right? The top is the clamp things, like the arms that come out. Yeah. Okay, cool. You already took them out. Okay, so let me grab. One sec. Let me take a sip of this, and then I'll grab the printer.
Is it exactly the same, but just different size? Okay.
Okay, so I might, yeah, this might be what I referenced then.
So if we do this.
Box of M412s. So let me take out those screws. M412.
Bye. See you there. See ya. Okay.
Align the rods flush with the bottom of the Z bracket. Okay, so interesting. It wants us to do the rods before we even put the bracket in.
Really?
Like, yeah, like basically, I guess it's so that way you can have it flush up against the, I mean, I guess your workspace.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'll do that. Oops, yeah, that's right. Lisa, thank you for the $9.99. Charlie needs a treat, and so does Delilah and Monkey. I ordered them their dog food. We like use Chewy for all their food, and it's so much nicer than going to the store. But yeah, we got dog food, and I forgot when I ordered it, there was a promo for like these hip and joint treats, and so I ordered them, and I took the bags out and put them away, and I threw the box in the recycle bin for the trash to come the next morning. And I'm laying in bed that night, and I look over, Aaron mentioned something, I look over at Aaron, I'm like, oh my God, I think I left the dog treats in the trash. And so in the morning I got up early and like dumpster dived and found their bag of treats. So they've got treats, but I almost threw them out. So, okay, so M312s, looks like we're starting then, Steve, with just putting M312s loosely in the slot on the front of this.
Okay, M312s.
Yep. No, I'm sorry, M412s, not M3.
M412s.
Yep.
Okay, let me get my handy dandy fastener organizer. M412 button or socket?
Button.
Are they button?
Pretty sure they're button. They're
Yeah.
button. You got me second guessing myself every time, man. I'm confident, but not that confident. Not confident enough to not double check. All right, so I'm just gonna take smooth rod, place it through here, bottom it out, and then take this. These are adorable. Like the height isn't very high, and I kind of like that because I don't really print tall, generally speaking.
Yeah. So these go in here, and then just surface of the table to make sure they're flush.
Yep. Tighten them.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna use my ball driver. I don't know how tight. My ball driver slipped on it, so I might use.
Yeah, the end of your table there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna grab it quick.
So we're gonna do both sides first.
Do you want to? Might as well, right? If we have to repeat this.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't get in the way.
Oh, you can't see that. I got it behind Steve's head. There we go. Okay, so one down. Move it out of the way, grab the other one. It's kind of funny playing around, like normally I have to watch out for my head, you know? And now it's like, all right, I gotta dodge Steve and dodge me.
Yeah, for sure.
200 millimeters in Z space. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's plenty. Yeah, that's plenty. It just looks. I guess it just looks small for some reason, but yeah, 200's good. All right, so those are in. Tighten them. I guess I'll tighten them like this.
Oh, interesting. I'm gonna do along the edge as well, so I can get a little different driver on there. I gotta find my drivers. There it is.
Dude, one of these is, like it's still spinning even if I fully tighten it. I think I just need to use the hex key to really clamp down on it. The final little turn there.
These stainless drivers, if you have to put too much torque on them, you want to use a non-ball end.
Yeah. Every time I use the ball end, Zombie yells at me. Every time. He says, you're gonna, or if I torque down with the ball driver, I always get yelled at by Zombie. And I tell them I've been using them for years and I haven't snapped off a ball end yet. So until that day comes, I'm.
Well, it's not. I've not snapped off a ball end either.
Okay.
But these stainless fasteners are a little softer. And
oh yeah, you can strip them. Yeah. Gotcha.
The shape of it, you can round out the inside a lot easier.
Yeah. Do you have these? Wera?
I do.
Yeah, I really like
the
these.
Short ones. I think they're in the other garage. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like
I am
these.
looking forward to getting back to stringing in the other garage, actually.
Okay, so we have got that done. Next up, let's see, align them, cool, tighten, cool. Then it says, okay, so these must be the roll-in T-nuts. Do for each side, M4 12s, M4 T-nuts, and M4 roll-ins.
M4 12s?
Yeah, so it says insert roll-in T-nuts into the extrusion below the middle 2 holes. Okay, so that's I think that's what PB was talking about. Basically, if we grab the frame, just left and right side, they need to go in.
And then it's a M4 12 that goes. Oh, and then there's a bearing. The bearing piece has to sandwich in there. You know what I'm talking about?
No, so it looks. Oh, you're talking about no. I don't think that's what you're talking about.
This piece.
Yes. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah. So we're starting with again the
M412 button heads through there. What do we do with these holes on the outside here? So we got the two middle ones taken care of. What do we do with the outside ones?
You asking PB?
You got the instructions open.
Oh.
So I guess I could open them too. I'm just following along.
Outside shows M412s. I think that those ones, let's see, attach M412s plus T-nuts. T-nuts.
So more of the roll-ins or the
T-nuts.
Or the hammerheads. They're all T-nuts.
Hammerheads. Wait, no, I'm lying. So it says for this section we need. So this is for both sides though, right? So we'll need 4 M412s. We'll need 4 M4 T-nuts and then 2 roll-ins.
Oh, okay, so hammerheads.
Yeah, exactly. So I call them. I guess
T-nuts is the thing. It's the style.
Yeah.
And we're looking at the 330 Mellow Kit.
Yes.
Z-assembly. Okay, I just wanted to be able to.
Yeah. So from what I'm seeing here, it looks like we just need 2 of the roll-ins on each side. So I'm just centering 2 and 2, and then the M412s. We're just going to put them through the 4 holes on the top. Can you see what I'm showing or no?
Yeah, I can see.
So M412, 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 M412 with the hammerheads on the bottom.
Okay.
All 4 of them.
Okay.
That's at least what it looks like to me. I'm absolutely fine with that not being right, but it looks right.
No, that's fine. That looks right.
Okay, and we have the M412s, right? That's what we've been using, yeah. So.
Yeah. What M3 hex driver do I own? I have, so from my RC hobby days, I have a lot of things like these. This is Team Associated. This is their ball end 2.5 millimeter driver. But I also have a lot of things like this, which is the MIP, just straight hex drivers. And then I have a generic, is it in here? It might not be in here. Another driver that's a ball end 2 millimeter. It's all just stuff that I collected over the years from radio control hobby stuff.
You don't do much RC stuff anymore, do you, Steve?
No, I still have most of them.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's the same thing. I like to build them, and then it's too much effort to go out and race them or whatever.
Yeah. I can very much so relate. Okay, so I'm gonna prep both of the aluminum plates then with the 4 M412s and T-nuts.
Yeah, I just got that. We are going to be shy on M4 by 12 button heads.
Okay. I hope that this fastener kit that I ordered.
We are at least 2 shy right now.
Really?
Yeah. At least 2 shy for the step we want to do right now.
I'm not.
No, by the time we do both sides. By the time we do both sides.
Okay. It doesn't look like I am. I'm counting. It shows for both sides. It shows for both sides there's a total of 8, so 4 for each side. And I've got an extra. I just finished one side.
There's 6 for each side. Because you got the 2 center ones.
I don't think the center ones are. No, center ones are M410s.
Oh, okay. So that's 2 on each side.
Wait. I might be lying to you, Steve. I'm lying to you, Steve. They're M412s. You're absolutely right. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. We need M410s as well, but yeah, they are also M412s. I think I've got. Yes. Well, I have an extra 12 in the kit that I bought, so I'll see how far that gets us.
Yeah. I saw the RC10 I raced in the 80s. Nice. Gold chassis and everything?
Let's see, so happy with my old toolmaker stuff with printing. I'm building a printer for printing RC planes. It's going to be 400 by 400. Holy cow. 1,300Z? That's insane. So some of the, was it RC cars or planes or both?
All cars.
Okay.
My dad was big into planes, but I could never get into it.
Gotcha. Some of the new lightweight materials are cool for RC plane stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to do a printed plane just because it's printed.
Yep.
But
I don't think there's any really good. I've been interested in building a quad forever, and there was one cool printed
I'm gonna
one.
have to step just a second.
Yeah. Yes, it's gold. I'm printing ABS for the first time on my Ender. Wish me luck. Good luck. As long as you've got your first layer dialed in, it's fully enclosed, and you take it slow, you should be fine. What are you printing on? What's your bed surface? Okay, so let's quickly look for the instructions while Steve's away. Also, 12 more minutes on the giveaway. So if you haven't signed up, it's pinned in chat. We're giving away a spool of Polymaker filament, and we're going to be drawing that in roughly 12 minutes. Did Steve's boss just figure out where he was? I hope not. I think he took the days off. Nano long range is cool. Nano long range is a cool 3D printed quad. Huh? Can you tag me in that, Sem? I know there was a project I was following years ago that had partially 3D printed and partially not, and they don't exist anymore, which bums me out. And the only one I know of is a really small one. Let's see. I used your CAN guide again. Useful, although I'm running at 250K. Oh, interesting. Oh gosh, the CAN network, you're running at 250K? In the guide I used 500, right? 250 is interesting. 500 was the kind of the... I mean, if you're not having issues with communication, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, thank you very much, PB, for the help. Okay, so we've got now... why is my mouse acting up? We did that. We put the roll-ins in place, so we're good on that. So the next thing, T-nuts are installed. Okay, so basically it looks like the next thing is positioning this. So we are going to use jigs. Align the front rod with the Z-alignment tool.
Did I miss anything?
Everything okay?
Yeah,
you good?
I took the day off, but I am a manager, so sometimes I just have to answer a call.
Somebody asked in chat if Steve's boss figured out what he was up to, and I was like, I don't know. I think
basically,
he got permission.
basically.
Let's see.
Okay, where are we at?
Camel ADXL. Oh, gotcha. So yeah, I was just checking to see what's next. Basically, what's next is. Did it get louder? Your mic switch, Steve?
What's that?
You sound much louder.
I'm on the same mic.
Okay.
Is that any better? Any different?
Yeah.
It is?
I don't know, maybe not. No, I don't think it is. It's weird. Maybe it's just because you went away and it got quiet, and then you came back and I'm like, okay, it's loud.
Oh, I did, because I turned my mic completely off.
Gotcha.
When I went away and now came back.
So next step is to use the alignment jigs. That's where we're at.
Oh, something is very different?
Yeah, something is different.
There's quite a lot of background noise now. Are we sure? Let me check Skype to make sure that it didn't switch inputs on me.
I heard music in your background as well, Steve. It definitely picked up something.
No, it's still grabbing from the. Here, I'll turn my music down. But it's still, Skype is still grabbing from my Rode mic.
Yeah, no, it is grabbing that.
So nothing has changed.
It's like the noise cancellation isn't working correctly anymore. Like I can hear your background.
Try a different input. Try a different like camera view. Just see if that changes on your side. Because it's all on your side. Because it's all NDI.
Yeah.
So then the question is it getting better? I turned the music way down. So I don't have any noise canceling going on. We're using Skype's NDI setup into Daniel's OBS, which has noise filtering turned on. Maybe turn it off and turn it back on.
Okay, it's
just
definitely
in case.
on. Yeah, let me see. So filter.
Just turn it off and back on. You know, reboot it.
Okay, so now it's off.
So yeah, our setup is all based on the host's OBS setup.
Okay, so now it is back on.
Okay, let's see if that helps. But
yeah, okay, so they're saying now it's much worse. Yeah, so it did. The filter was definitely doing some stuff. So I turned the filter off. Now turn it back on. Yeah, you just sound much louder. Like even I can hear your the bolts really loud in your hand.
Really, I didn't do anything, which is weird. They say it's better.
Fixed.
TV is saying
okay, someone says yes, better. Who's printing? Phil says fixed. Seems better. All right. Okay, cool. Better now. All right. Well, hopefully that was it. I don't know. It wasn't just me though. When you came back, I was like, okay, this is not how Steve left.
Better but not perfect. That's really weird that me just powering my Rode mic on and off, or off and then back on, seems to have had an impact.
Well, Skype definitely has noise cancellation built in, right? So maybe it tripped out something.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably change the setup on Skype and see if that cycles it. So if I go here, then this is probably really bad.
Yeah, it's definitely
different.
You got rid of your background noise though. Like your background noise is gone, but you also sound like you're holding your nose underwater.
Now this should be the other setup. So this is my Rode mic. The other was my AirPod.
Okay. As long as it's okay for like chat. I mean, is it? I don't know.
So it's probably tied to compensate for zero input, then didn't correct back when your microphone came back on.
That makes sense.
I wonder if it's better now that I've kind of cycled everything. I'll make sure that we don't do that again.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know. How would we know? I mean, all you did was Yeah.
I'll mute next time. I'll mute myself in Skype instead of turning off my mic.
Okay, that sounds great. So all I've done, Steve, so far is take M412s and just lightly hand tighten them through here. So like that way, this is sort of locked in place, but it can slide back and forth.
Yep. So
and then
it's
printed jig. I haven't done anything.
You have to put that that bearing in there. You have to put that bearing in the center.
No, not yet. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay. Yep. Gotcha. So that's a M412. Yeah, M412s. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do that really quick.
Not yet. First align it. Okay.
Wait, don't put the bearing in yet? Oh yeah, because we want it loose. We want it loose to be able to slide right now. So it's okay. Like these are just in, I guess, essentially, so that way it doesn't fall out because the T-nuts are loose. You know, they can fall out. So I'm gonna leave it like this. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like that.
I don't think it matters. I'm leaving it on. I'm gonna be a rebel.
Rebel?
Yeah. I'm gonna be right back because I'm out of M412s. I'm gonna go grab my supply of them because I know I have some.
All right,
I'm gonna put myself on Skype mute, so I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, so this is the jig that's included, and basically it's going to attach on the inside of this extrusion, and we're going to use it to correctly space the smooth rods. So I'm just going to drop a M4 bolt in here and a T-nut. So let me do that really quick. Maybe it needs a little bit longer. Let's do M4 by 10s. You're skipping the last step of step 2. Step 2, what was the last step of step 2? Align the front rod.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. Tighten the M412 screw loosely. We need to align the Z-bracket. So screw in 2 screws for now into the holes. And the rolling T-nuts. Oh, okay, yeah, it does say to do what I did. Screw in 2 screws for now into the 2 holes in the rolling T-nuts so that they move with the part if you move it around. So that is what I did.
Okay.
I think it still does it if you mute it, Steve.
Even if I mute it?
Yeah, I think so. I hear it sounds different when you came back.
That's weird.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what the other person was describing, where it's sort of compensating. I'll see what chat says.
That's weird. Okay, so I mean, the instructions say, oops, that needs to be to hold the little printed space in, it's not a 12 millimeter. It's not a 12.
No, I used a 10, ended up being the sweet spot.
10?
Yeah, I tried 8. 8 was too short.
8 was too short. Okay, 10.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's the same thing. The noise is back.
Okay, let me do the same. Cycle it.
Okay. That's annoying. That's an annoying thing with Skype.
That is. That's a Skype thing. Okay, so this is going to be AirPods, which
under the sea,
and then back to Cam Link, and hopefully that's reasonable.
Yep. Okay, so were we gonna do, Steve, 2 of the jigs on both sides then?
I think it's still a good idea.
Okay.
I don't know if that's in line with the.
Yeah, PB, the game plan is that we're gonna use 2 jigs on each side. Basically, like, 1 down low and then 1 up high to make sure that the, or maybe.
It's just for checking, that's all.
Yeah, just to make sure that there's no tilting in the smooth rod.
Yeah. It's just temporary anyway. They say that's better. It's good. Okay.
Damn it. I don't know if... Hold on. Let me see.
That seems to work. That's weird. That's so weird.
I'm also, what I'm doing is, I think when we talked about this, I'm pulling the printed jig like towards me. So that way I make sure, to make sure this is perfectly up against the extrusion. And then I'll take one more and just do it kind of up here.
And since those rods are into a machine part, it should just end up
correct.
Correct, and it is here. Mine's lining up really well.
Okay.
So, but then making sure that we get it doesn't sit flush. It doesn't seem to sit flush with the part, or maybe it does. This machine part is exactly 20 millimeters wide. Now, if you push it into the little shape of the printed part, then it kind of biases it to the inside of the printer a little bit. I don't know if we should just make sure that it sits exactly square with the extrusion instead. Did that make sense at all?
Not really. It sounds like you're saying basically like don't use the printed jig, because the jig, if you like actually go inside of where the curve is on the jig, it's pushing the smooth rod.
Using the printed jig as far as spacing, but not forward and back spacing, but not as far as left and right spacing, is basically what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
So then screwing in the machine bracket on the bottom such that the forward and back spacing is
oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Like basically the left and right wiggle. Like don't worry about that. Just use your hand to feel that the CNC piece is perfectly centered, because it is 20 millimeters exact.
Yeah.
Yeah, then that does make sense. Yep. Okay.
Hey, Dr. Dave. Now, the PB is saying the bearing block added in a couple of steps later will align the bottom part perfect to the 2020. Then why are we aligning to these printed spacers now if things need to be able to move based on how that bottom piece goes? Does that make sense?
I think so. If it's gonna be aligned perfectly with the bearing, then why align it now?
Right.
I actually
change the order a bit to make that easier. And that's perfect. If what can come out of here is some feedback to improve documentation and processes, then we've done our job. I just tightened the 2 outer screws, the very outside screws of that bracket, with the bracket aligned to the frame extrusion and then pushed up against the printed part to set the forward and back offset. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay. They're saying giveaway time. Is it giveaway time?
It is 3 minutes past giveaway time. Yeah, let me get this let me get this part tightened, and then we'll do it. Okay, so I'm just squeezing it on both sides so that way it's centered.
Had 169 likes.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, and they're saying Charlie treat time. Let me get set up for Charlie treat time. Do it similar times.
Okay, I'm gonna want to tighten these down a bit more also in a bit, but it feels pretty good. Okay, let me grab, it'll take me a second here. So let me give you, if you're doing Charlie Treat stuff, it'll take me a minute to download all the giveaway stuff and all this stuff.
Okay, so for anybody who hasn't seen Charlie Treat Time, what I need you to do is pay attention to the Charlie cam in the corner, and I'm gonna change the view to, it's just pointing at the floor here. But if you pay attention to Charlie, he's sound asleep. As soon as I rattle his bag, he is gonna be up and over here in no time. So we're getting ready to do it. Are we ready?
It's amazing.
And then we get the meows. There you go. Oh, and I did find the treat ball. It was in another part of the house. Yeah, I know, I dropped it. It's right over here. So, with the treat ball has been found.
All right, upload complete. All right, so we have got how many entries? 140, 145. Dr. Dave was the last person to get in at 305. All right, let's go to
Now you can take control.
Wheel of Names. Okay.
So that's Charlie, and he likes his treats.
That's weird. It huh.
What?
My Wheel of Names, like, I'll show it. Yeah. I've been using the same one for a year.
Huh?
I wonder if it logged me out or something like that. I guess for this time we'll just let's see.
So, yeah, and Maurice is saying I need to wash my hands because it's true. If I have residue of those treats on my fingers, Charlie will bite me.
This is the mod builds, Polymaker. Hey, Zombie, thank you for the banana. Give away. That's not how you spell it. That's okay. We're just going for it. Okay. All right, it's the mod builds Polymaker giveaway. So, for anybody that hasn't been in one of these before, basically the winner will get an email from me tonight with a form, and depending on where you're at, there'll be some slightly different instructions, but the winner is going to be getting a spool of Polymaker filament. So, thank you very much to Polymaker for allowing us to do this. Polymaker has been a huge supporter of our channels, Steve's channel, my channel, lots of other communities and awesome creators out there. So we're always incredibly thankful that they, again, support so many projects and people and just all sorts of events. Are they doing an Earth thing this year, Steve? Do you know?
They will be at Earth.
Okay. So, yeah, massive thank you to Polymaker. If you haven't used their filament and you want to try it out, if you like the colors we're using for our builds, they are Polymaker, at least the colored, the orange and the green from mine and Steve's builds. There's a link in the description, and it also does help out the channel. So, on that note, I'm letting Steve pick the shuffle number today. How many times are we shuffling it?
Between 8 and 16.
Okay, 8 and 16. So chat, decide somewhere between 8 and 16.
If I would have thought about it longer, I would have told them 0 and 42, but 8 and 16.
All right, we'll see whichever one appears to be the most. Okay, I see 2 13s back to back. We got a 10, 12, 6. See, 3 13s, 6 is also there. 69 is not an option, Kenneth. I think 13 wins. PF went twice. I don't know. Yeah, we're going with 13. I think it's all PFs.
Yeah, see 13.
Alrighty.
PF is insistent.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. No, wait, what? Wait, 16 it is.
Gotta take 3 back.
Okay, all right. We subtract 3. All right, there we go. So that's right. I don't know. I got way too excited counting, apparently. Anyways, good luck, everybody. We are going to spin the wheel in 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Who do we got?
It looks like Pascal Vaz is our winner. Nice.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. You are our winner. So I will message you later on today, and you will get yourself a spool of awesome Polymaker filament.
Awesome.
Sweet. Okay, so let's get back to it. We have our. So at this point, do we want to move? Like, I'm assuming we should finish up one side completely, right, and then move on to the other side.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Let's see.
Hey, Viking.
Hey,
Okay,
Viking.
so what's next is we got our jigs in place. We're good on that. Okay, so now it's the bottom bearings, which are going to be M410s for those, and T-nuts.
M410s and T-nuts. Okay.
Wait, do I have the wrong? Oh, shoot, there's 2 different. Okay. I didn't see that. M410s. And these are button. It looks like all button head down here.
Looks like it. M410s.
I'm not that I'm glad that there was an issue with the mic when you came back, but I'm glad that like it wasn't just a me thing. Because when you came back and we're like, no, I didn't change anything. I'm like, there's no way I'm crazy. Like, this is different. This is different.
It's very weird.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm glad that, again, it seems like there's the way around it. You know, you've already figured out just sort of a toggle thing. So it looks like for this bearing, are we just eyeballing it for now, or do we leave it semi-loose? Because I'm imagining that once we have a lead screw in top, like it'll sort of align itself, if that makes sense.
Well, what does it say? It says we will align the parts in step 5.
It says attach M410, insert lower lead screw mount to bottom extrusion, tighten M410 loosely and center the loose. Okay, cool, yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Then we can put the M4x12s for the top piece.
I'm glad that we switched over. Thank you, PB, for letting us know about the basically, you know, mirrored instructions for the 330, but with more details.
After muting, just yell on the mic so it turns down the auto gain again, maybe?
I picture you just like, what is that? Is it from The Office where Steve Carell like thinks he's in like a muted room or something like that, and he yells in excitement, but it's not? I think that's what it is. That's what it makes me think of. It's like you accidentally unmuting it and just yelling. All right, so we've got that. Now it says M412s. Okay, so we're taking off the top pieces. Yeah. So we're taking off, let me get host side. So basically those two placeholder M312s that you said we needed the bearing in, we're gonna take those out now.
Where at?
These center ones? Yeah, so that way we can drop the bearing.
I got the bearing on.
You already did it?
Well, yeah.
Oh, Steve.
Insert the upper lead screw, tighten the M412s loosely and center the lower lead screw mount. So it says do that and center the lower lead screw mount. I'm guessing we should probably use, it says use a lead screw or a drill bit similar with, to align it.
Pre-align the two. I mean, I'm leaving it all semi-loose.
So you want to tighten the top. So you want to tighten the top because that's going to, and it fits pretty well into that, that spot. So you need some reference. And that's going to be our reference.
Okay.
So you tighten the top and then drop the lead screw through, and that will line up. There is going to be some play back and forth. So I don't know what the...
I'm gonna need you to shoot me a message later, Steve, and all it's gonna say is tighten yo printer. Because I'm tightening everything right now, but like I wanna go back through everything and tighten them a bit more. Just send me a message that says tighten your printer and I'll go through and do this.
So when we tighten that top and then put the lead screw in, there is a little bit of wiggle there that's going to cause it to go, that bottom mount to shift either way. Now, the question is, what's the best way at this point to make sure that that is, in fact, straight up and down? We can do...
Well, once the bed actually drops on, right, and it has to go through the coupler or the, then it's going to have a third point. So basically...
Right, but then we'd want to tighten it. So we get it close now and then tighten it the rest of the way once the bed's on.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. I'm thinking about just leaving the bottom loose right now, really.
I'm snugging it.
Okay. I was looking at the 235 and saw just how much was missing, and the Z is luckily the exact same pretty much. That way you guys can continue the build. Yeah, this set of instructions is by far the best I've seen out of like the VZ things we've looked at. The bed for the 330 is like far more baked. So yeah, I'm very thankful for because what we were looking at compared to this, it would have been a lot of referencing the CAD and scratching of heads, I think. So, okay, I've got it tight, I guess, for now then.
Yeah, and like it says here in the instructions, this is getting it close. We'll align everything in the next step.
Yep. Use your new Nipix for inserting the bearings. The bearings are already pre-inserted on here.
I think probably catch up the other side with at this point, because step 5 is due for each side. So let's get to this point on the other side.
Okay, so I'm gonna undo the jigs.
Yeah.
Let me see if how overhead cam looks for this. We'll try overhead. There we go. Okay. All right, so the things we are doing is grabbing the other guy, dropping the T-nuts, or hammerhead nuts. I'll get used to, by the end of this series, you'll have me calling them hammerheads. Because yeah, I kind of just refer to them all as T-nuts, and I mean, it makes sense for me, but I can totally see how, like, that's confusing, they're different. Okay, so now we use what, M312s, right? I think as placeholders in the center.
We used.
I guess it doesn't really matter, right?
M4.
Yeah, M412s. Did I say M3 again?
You did.
I'm so used to everything is M3.
There we go.
Okay, so those are in. Now I'm going to install the jigs. Do one down low. What am I doing here? There we go. Okay.
Okay, and then what was it? M410s for the bottom bearing.
Yes. And T-nuts, right? Yeah. Damn it. Yeah. Okay. So I've got these in place. Did you already tighten your smooth rods, or like your the CNC parts, Steve? Did you already tighten up the CNC part?
I did.
You are so fast.
I got it lined up to the printed parts and then snugged up that CNC bracket.
Marbot, a tag on the message on Discord so you will not forget to retighten the screws. Thank you. Thank you, nice.
Nice.
Otherwise, we'll get to our first test print. I'm like, why is my frame rattling apart? Like, oh, wait a minute. All right, cool. So that looks good.
How much, I guess we haven't really talked about this. How much of this should we be using Loctite on? Because these are machine parts into metal parts. I think Loctite is not a bad idea for much of this.
But we're not using any Loctite.
Right.
But the instructions didn't say anything about Loctite. I mean, not that that doesn't mean.
It's what the feedback, what PB thinks. So when you're fastening plastic parts together and stuff, just the elasticity of the plastic part itself is often fine, right?
Enough, yeah.
But what's the take on the appropriateness of Loctite in certain areas here?
If my frame does rattle apart, I will cry a combination of like just laughing tears at the situation and also just heartbroken tears. Any metal-to-metal connection should have Loctite.
Yeah, exactly. Like, do you have Loctite sticks?
Sticks?
Yeah.
No, the fact that I don't know what that is makes
It's like chapstick, but it's Loctite.
Oh, that's awesome. No, I didn't know that was a thing before right this second. Yeah, I don't use a whole lot of Loctite in general. The only Loctite I have at all is this tub of 222. Okay, so
Glue stick style Loctite is the best.
yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. It is good point.
It's expensive though.
For the print, it says PB says for the printhead we do use Loctite, but for the frame and gantry we've not really thought about it too much. Yes, it would be a good idea. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can order if we're doing gantry next. I can order that chapstick stuff if you remind me.
You might be able to get it easier and maybe not really any more expensive just from your local parts store, an O'Reilly's or Napa or something.
Home Depot or no?
Probably not Home Depot.
Okay.
Do you have a parts store like an AutoZone or?
Probably. I haven't looked.
Yeah.
I haven't needed, like, since we moved out here, I haven't gone other than to like Jiffy for a quick oil change.
You might get some sticker shock on it, but I've had the same stick for 15 years.
Oh, wow. Wow, okay, so it really lasts a long time. You just rub a little bit on the thread?
Yeah.
How come I have never heard of that, but no one's mentioned that to me? We've talked about Loctite so many times, and people have seen me make messes on my hands, and nobody's mentioned that there's a stick version of it. For the printhead, we recommend Loctite 222. Is that what I have? I think it is, right? 222. Yeah, I got 222.
Yeah. Is that
So I guess worst case...
Is that blue or purple?
It's purple.
Purple, okay.
Yep. Well, at least I've got that. I might wait. What are we talking about for a stick? If you're saying sticker shock, like a $20, $30 little thing of.
I think Polar Ted said $15 per stick. Okay.
O'Reilly's and Nampa should have it. Okay, perfect. There is an O'Reilly's and a Nampa. This is the other bit.
It might have an expiration, Kenneth, but it works. I mean, I've used it and noted how much more difficult it was to loosen up later. So the function is working. I don't know if there's an expiration on it, to be honest.
Okay.
Loctite blue can strip the threads on aluminum, so that's why purple is recommended. Okay.
Well, the good news is then...
Definitely, though, never use red.
That's the permanent stuff?
Yeah. It takes heat.
Yeah. It was on a printer kit, a printer like pre-built that I got in, and it basically had like welded to it. So yeah, I had to take a lighter. The lighter was the only way I was able to get it. I was trying to... Yeah. That's what it was. It was a motor grub screw, Steve, that they had used red on, but it wasn't tight enough. So the motor shaft was spinning. So I went to tighten it, and basically, I mean, it wasn't turning. That set screw was not going anywhere. So I burned it out, and that worked. But yeah, not ideal. If I don't get the chapstick stuff, then I'll just use the 222 that I have here. You know, even if it's liquid form or whatever.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so I've got this in place now. I think it's good. I'm kind of tempted to measure the CNC'd part.
To see if it's the same distance from the...
Yeah, I just want to check. Because the printed jig, like if I go from corner to corner here. Just to verify. We're looking... Roughly 273 mil.
What? From the
the
frame to the machine part?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about not, this is from where it curves at. It's like the point of the curve. If you're looking at the outside?
Oh, no, I'm measuring to the inside. Where are you measuring? Can you show?
Yeah, oh, you can't see. Side.
Ravenous says they just cross-thread everything or gall it. It's nature's luck.
Perfect. I was going from point right here, so it's further in.
Go to that front flat side. Do you have calipers?
I do.
It's too much of an estimation to go to that corner.
Yeah. $66.68.
Yep, that's right where I was. 66.7, 66.75, something like that.
The other side, I'm at 66.34. I think that's close enough, though. You think I should move it or no?
That's 0.5 millimeter. I'd probably shift it.
Let me check one more time. 1 sec.
Make sure you're parallel with the calipers and all that good stuff.
Yeah, 66.61.
Righty-tighty eventually becomes righty-loosey. That's true, with enough effort. When that happens, you know you're gonna have a bad day.
I had it wrong. It's 66.58. It's close. It's like it's a tenth of a
Within
mil.
a small fraction of a millimeter.
Yeah. Okay. So now we're taking off the printed jigs.
Yeah, we should be able to. And we're gonna need the closed loop belt, which is in that accessory box that has the extruder and the Goliath in it.
Okay. All right. Taking you out. Taking you out. Okay. Closed loop belt is in the Goliath box, which is.
I can't find low strength in a stick. I'd like to confirm that PB mentioned that blue Loctite will damage aluminum threads. I have no knowledge to dispute that, but I'd like to confirm it also.
Wait, what's the? Say that again. Say that again. What you just said
You
about
said that blue Loctite can damage aluminum threads.
Oh, just like a chemical reaction?
Maybe. But like I said, I won't say that's not true, but I'd like to confirm it because I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I haven't either. Okay.
Yeah, next is installing the belts and pulleys. So we got a closed loop GT2 belt here. And it is Gates. It says it's Gates.
Insert closed. Oh, I need to take out my lead screws, don't I? Insert closed GT2 belt, lower and upper lead screw mount, which we insert GT2 idler. So 42th idler.
Oh, he says the strength can be too much for M3 or lower to pull out the threads. Okay. I misunderstood. Sorry, PB. This is the color, Leslie. This is the Polymaker Sparkle Green ASA.
Okay, so it looks like we are basically putting belt around the idler, then slotting it in between the two bearings, and then dropping lead screw in, right?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
We have, yep. Drop the pulley.
It looks like it's teeth side up.
And important.
The text?
Text.
I was upside down, Steve. Of course I was.
Yeah, see?
Of course I was.
Glad I caught it. I'm so glad we caught it.
Saved my whole family from 10 years of bad luck. All right. Perfect. All right, so same thing on the other side. Teeth side up. Or teeth, yeah, there we go. Oops, my bottom bearing is shifting around. Okay.
We use Permatech Orange for all small screws.
Is there that much? Hold on, what's happening here? Okay, so I must not be going.
You didn't get the lower one. It's still loose. I see.
Yeah, it's loose. Interesting. Thought I had snugged it up more, but apparently not. I'm gonna loosen it. Having a hard time. Okay, so I'm going to do what you did then, at least on this one, and snug it up like that. That way I know it'll align. Then I'll take it out. Did you loosen the set screws on the pulley? I'm wondering if that's... Dude, that's got...
You might have some set screws that are, getting in your way.
Yeah, I think I have one that's ever so slightly getting in the way, and I thought it was my alignment, but it wasn't. It was the set screw. Where is Tiny Driver? Tiny Driver.
Should be 1 mil or 2 millimeter, right?
Yeah, I'll just use the Allen key. I've got one off to the side here. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I've got one. If this drops right in, then I'll know. Let's see. Boom, baby. That's what it was. Okay, and then you tightening up the grub screws?
I just snugged one of them just to hold things in place for right now.
Okay.
Here comes Mr. Inspector General.
I'm snugging up. I'm just using the ball end of this, so I'm not going too tight, but I'm sort of snugging up both. I'm wondering if this is something that we should be putting Loctite on.
Do you want a PB&J now or wait until after the stream? PB&J?
Yeah, I could go for a PB&J. We're going to be going for a little while longer, right? I mean, I think at least to get the bed...
Yeah.
You still want to try to get the bed frame on, right? I would like to.
We're at 2.5 hours right now. We're doing good.
Yeah, okay. Okay, sick. So,
Get
lead
some
screws
cat
are...
hair on the belt. Shammy wants honey. Honey is good too.
I don't do honey. I like most things. I mean, I'm not... So my allergies have been awful, and Aaron convinced me to take a spoonful of local honey that we got from the farmer's market, and I had a big spoon of it, and I was freaking out about it. I was like, don't look at me, because I haven't had honey, dude, since I was a little kid. I don't know why, and I love sweets. And I had a big bite of the honey, and I was like, wow, this is way better than I remembered when I was, you know, like 8 years old, and my dad made his like banana honey, you know, whatever sandwich.
I love peanut butter and banana sandwiches.
Yeah,
So what's your jam? What's your jelly of choice?
Dude, I'm very much so a. Let me go split really quick. Very much, Charlie. Perfect. Yeah, very much not picky with jam. I like raspberry, strawberry, grape. Like it's all really good. And even although I don't really do it with peanut butter, we used to have like an apricot tree, and my mom made apricot like preserves or whatever. And oh, dude, just on some toast, delicious. Yeah, I like most jams. Honey with comb still, it's amazing. I've had honeycomb dark chocolate. That's really good. Like a honeycomb dipped in dark chocolate. That's delicious. Blueberry jelly is great too. I agree. I won't deny that.
You know, someone earlier was talking about the food, off the food distraction.
For me or for us?
All of that now, aren't we?
Do you normally talk about food? Every stream almost, right? At least some point in it, I'm like ranting about because I usually skip lunch on stream day, and so I don't eat till after.
To you, so it comes up.
That's true. That's true.
I don't get food brought to me.
Okay, so desktop.
Okay.
Check the lead screws straight and tighten the upper and lower lead screw bracket. We already did that. Screw leads. Okay, so we're done with this. We're on bed assembly then.
Yeah.
Sick. Okay, so for bed assembly, I think I'm taking the frame and I'm getting it out of here, like for now, so I got a little more area to work with.
Yeah, because we're gonna grease those bearings and then install them into the thing, which means I'm gonna need to move Charlie. Okay,
I wonder if we should go back. I think at this point maybe we should go back to the 235 instructions. Maybe not though. I mean, I'm assuming it's the same. Just bigger size. Okay, let me get all the bearings out. Yes, you'll not need it until you're done with the bed frame. Okay, cool. Oh no, stay at the 330, trust me. All right.
Is that what PB's saying?
Yeah. All right.
I got a little leakage here I need to clean up.
Uh-oh, okay.
Not much.
Okay, so bearings.
Okay, I'm gonna get this out of the way as well. And we need bearings. Where did the bearings go? They're there. On the bed plate.
I never sit, but if we're sitting here looping bearings, I'm gonna pop a squat for a sec. Just look at 235 section on this for fun. Okay, he's saying to like compare it to so this is how it looks for the 330 section. So we've got all the parts laid out. Got bed frame, shows you where all the parts are going. Pretty step by step. And then let's go to what we would have looked at in the 330. Bed assembly. We've got the initial picture, we've got the parts, and then we've got it installed. Yeah, so the 330 is, yeah. 330 is where it's at, Steve.
We're gonna do 330? Okay.
We are going to indeed use the 330 for, just don't, like bolts should all be relatively the same, but yeah, there's step-by-step stuff here for this, so. Overhead.
Okay.
Now I want a PB and bananas. I always feel bad because like during this time it's always middle of the night in some parts of the world, or and people are like, man, it's almost time for bed and now I'm gonna go to the kitchen. I'm like, sorry. All right, so I'm gonna take all the bearings out to start with. One bearing.
So they are different in terms of the particular shape of the bed. So I'm gonna make sure that we get the bed.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Back time. Do you want red bean burgers or rosemary pork chops? Rosemary pork chops, please.
Okay. Bearings. Let's get the bearings out.
It's almost midnight here. I'm getting off at. Okay. Well, thank you. I mean, again, regardless, PB, thank you for hanging out for
PB, thank you so
3
much.
3 hours, man.
We appreciate the attention. Absolutely.
So Steve had a great idea when we were talking about these bearings yesterday, and we found these little adapters, which are similar to what is used in the Prusa kits for the LMAUU 8 Element UU bearings. And so we printed these out, which go onto here. You know what I just realized, Steve? We were going to use the smooth rods and like hold the end of the bearings, but our smooth rods are already installed.
Yes, this is true.
So.
But we don't need to. No,
okay.
We're good. We got the injectors.
Yeah, so this just threads on to the end here, and then it's got exactly. It's not very in focus, is it? It is got. There we go. The exact openings for where the little metal bearings or the balls are going to be inside of these. So hopefully this will just shove into here. Beautiful. It is beautiful. So.
Oh. Hopefully that's too loud right there.
Do you guys print covers for those greasy nipples? Did you guys print covers? We did. God, I wasn't. Sometimes I gotta I should read it in my head before I read it out loud. And sometimes I do, but I was not ready for that. Yeah, we did print covers. I need to clean up the threads on it. It does not fit on the grease nipples. Let's see. Fabrizio Stanley says, telling you peanut butter and Miracle Whip sandwich. Try it once and you will love it. Huh. So just thick cream then.
No,
okay.
Miracle Whip is like the different mayonnaise.
Oh, that doesn't. That's not at all. I pictured sweet. Yeah, I don't know if that's for me. I mean, I'm a big believer in don't knock it till you try it, but that just doesn't sound like my.
Peanut butter mayonnaise is a thing.
Peanut butter mayo?
Yeah.
Oof.
And Miracle Whip just has it's a little tangier, kind of a tangier mayo.
Gotcha. Okay, so game plan is align the opening with the balls and press. Thank you.
Okay.
Really? It's incredible.
And we'll have to go in from both sides with this.
Yep. How are you seeing when the grease is actually...
To just see the grease. So you line this up and then look on the end, you should see it squeeze out, and at that point it's probably good. This is Z. Our goal is to get some grease in there. It doesn't move fast, it doesn't move a lot. So.
It's a beauty.
Yeah.
Aaron said that Jackson's been sleeping for 2 hours, which is unheard of for a midday nap.
Yeah, and I'm just wiping the excess grease up the side out. Yes, you can do fast Z-hops, but it's not moving a lot. We're just not moving
a great idea.
X and Y.
This applicator is
looking
awesome.
in the end until it just pokes past the little insert tool we have.
I can't actually tell looking at the end, but I know now that it's full of the channel, and so all I do is squeeze it, and I see it popping out. Like it's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm gonna leave this over here where it's hopefully something I don't stick my hand in.
Mm-hmm.
And then let me wipe down these bearings. Care to send a link for that nipple in Discord? I like the idea of it. Yeah, I will post it. Can you just type in our chat and say nipple link please, and I will send it later. Otherwise I'll forget. But yeah, I think it's in my chat with you, Steve, that I sent it last night. Absolutely.
Let me exercise my mod.
Are you gonna post it?
Yeah.
Cool. It's in our chat, right? I'm pretty sure that's where I posted it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
There we go.
Okay. If you don't get it from this BB, I'll still post it in the other channel as well. Okay.
Okay, so these bolt down with what fasteners? Mount using M4x10 hardware. M4x10. M4. So, I don't know if you're still here, PB. It's in the 235 bed assembly instructions. It says mount the LMK10LUU using M4x10 millimeter hardware to the bed frame, but the BOM above has M4x8s. So just a...
Which one is it? Is it 8s or 10s? You don't know?
That's a good question. We don't have, I don't think, we have a bunch of M4x10s. We do have a bunch. The question is, I think I'm not sure, but are they socket head or are they button heads? Let's see what does the 330 say? 330 says M4x10s. Something I've noticed as well, as far as this, it would be really helpful if the head type is identified in the fasteners, because
it has both.
Almost every fastener has both a button head and a socket head version. Almost every fastener has a button head and socket head version, but it's not called out on where to use what. I would probably use socket heads on these. Yes, and we have to use socket heads on these. Try putting a button head in the bearing, and you'll see why.
You said M410s?
Yeah, M410.
Yep. Do we have enough?
It doesn't fit.
Yeah, it does.
So, huh?
Mine does.
M410 button head?
Yeah, inside the channel for the bearing, it does. At least on mine it does.
You've got this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the M410 button head that came with the screw. Oh, that one fit. The other one didn't. I put one a random hole. Yeah, that one doesn't fit. See? That one won't go in. It did go in the one to the side. It went in that one.
I have to go in at a slight angle, like, to get it in.
Yeah.
I don't think that we have enough. It has to be button head, Steve. We don't have. I mean, either that or we have to come up with sockets. There's not enough. We need 16, and I only have. Yeah.
They say use socket head. Do you have any? These can be added. Yes.
Yeah, I don't have any M4. The pack that I bought off of Amazon are all button head as well. Oh.
Switch to something that they can watch you. Oh, well, I mean, I guess if they want to see Charlie, they do.
I'm gonna leave it on you for a second, just because I'm eating a PB&J.
That sounds good. Now let's just move you over here.
They may locate for shafts. I think it is green. Yeah. So what do you think the play is? Just install like 3 in each for now.
I would, yes. I think that's what I would do, is go with the socket heads, because I think that's the proper fastener for these. And then we'll have to, I know I have some more socket heads.
Okay.
Now, I don't know where else these socket heads might end up needing to be used.
Yeah, we'll have to order them right after the stream.
Yeah. When in doubt, show Charlie. I misspoke there for sure. Steve, I better know add 30 plus M4x10 socket heads. So he's saying there you're gonna want to order like 30 plus, which means I may need to order some too.
Okay. I'm just gonna find whatever like stainless on Amazon there are.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's got a couple days shipping.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do.
We will have plenty of time to add to these, add whatever ones are missing here.
Yeah, it'll be visible.
As long as you leave maybe the outside corner one or something as the empty one.
I was doing inside corner. I'll do outside. That makes sense. Maybe it's easier to access versus if we've got it tucked underneath something. That's
my thought.
Yep.
One of them. It might not really matter, but. I'm gonna be a little yada yada here. I'm gonna turn the labeling on the bearing around so it's not visible from the front.
I'm gonna just leave it, but this is what sets us apart, and I appreciate the details. I didn't even realize there was labeling on it in the first place. That's like my obliviousness. All right.
I got a reputation to maintain.
Yeah, this is true. Word in the street.
All right.
Use mouse ears or brim. What was that in reference to?
I finished printing my first ABS printer and it warped on the thin detail.
Gotcha.
I just lost. Where did that screw go? Oh, there it is. Almost to the edge.
All right, one last one. Tighten these up.
Yep. Perfect. I didn't look at logos till Steve. Now I do. I've done my job then.
Does the kit come with ADXL? I don't think it does, right? I didn't see an ADXL when we looked through it. I usually just use the FISAC USB-C one.
Oh, we're on me, so I'll pay more attention. There.
All right.
Sweet.
That is on. Okay, so now that's on probably the couplers, right?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go in from the
Bottom.
yeah.
I'll go show it.
Do the fasteners go in from the bottom? In 3x10s. Upper part of the Oldham coupler. Yep, from the bottom. Okay.
Okay. So flip the
guy around. Here.
I'm gonna move my PB&J out of frame. I don't want to be intentionally making everybody hungry. Okay. So couplers.
This is my first experience with these, actually.
I just installed the printed ones last night on another build that I'm doing. Okay, so it looks like it looks like is it the side with the post that's going into the, yeah, right?
No, I don't think so. I think the post sticks down.
No. Based off the image further down, it looks like it does. It looks like the post is in. Like,
It
right?
doesn't, yeah, I get it. It doesn't really use the Oldham part without the lead screw nut part. That goes in the bottom. Oh, okay, yeah. The lead screw part should not go into the lead screw part should not go into the machine part. Use this part, not the flat one. Yeah, not the one with the.
Use the flat, not the one with the post.
Yeah, because otherwise you're restricting the movement. You're canceling out the purpose of this. Gotcha. If you put this this other piece in here, you have a lot less compensation for that lead screw.
Okay. And then this is being secured with M3.
M3x8.
Really? I see M310s.
M3x8 in the 330 instructions at instruction step 2. It does say M3x10 there. Below it says M3x8. So let's find out which one is going to fit better. M3x8 or M3x10?
These look like socket head, and I only have one M3/8 socket head, so I hope it's not that.
This aluminum part is 8 millimeters thick. I think it's going to be the M3x10 socket head.
Yeah, well, I hope it like has to be if the included hardware is correct. Even though we know it's slightly off, but I only have one
M3x10 socket head.
Okay, perfect. These brass couplers are much nicer than the printed one that I'm using on my other printer.
What are you using? What printed one?
It's for the snake oil KP3S mod. Yeah, I'll show it soon. I'm getting closer to being done with it. Nice. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. You are up super late. What time is it? What time is it? Nice. I feel like normally by now you go to bed. Thank you very much.
Okay, so leave that there.
I'll update the docs right away for the bolt. Cool, sounds great.
Yeah.
It's almost midnight. Okay. This is. I'm not wrong though, Nice. This is late, right, for you? Yeah, I feel like normally.
AM then, right?
Yeah, I feel like normally. You're not. You're on vacation. With pleasure. Yeah. Okay, this is nice and snug. Where is right here? 11 p.m. Yeah, almost midnight. All right, I've got these in place.
Okay, yep. Those two are in place. So what's next on this bit? Are we almost ready to put it on in the printer?
Yeah. Basically attach the rest of the coupler.
The Oldham coupler.
Mm-hmm.
Now we gotta. Those are gonna be easily fall off.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm gonna wait. Let me get the frame first.
Pay attention to that.
Especially because it's brass. It's so slippery.
And you don't want to dent it because it's not gonna work as smooth if you accidentally drop it and dent it.
I never drop parts, Steve. All right, let's see if I can get this frame. I'm gonna move the camera.
Should we just put this in, huh?
Hi. Baby Jack's awake.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna show Jack, Steve. Hold on.
Absolutely.
Right, let's see. What's up, little dude? Mom said you slept for 2 hours, bub. Hold on. Thank you. Oh, happy boy. All right. Da-da-da. It's Steve. You say hi, Steve, Jack? Say hi. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Jack.
You got a 2-hour nap, bub. I'm jealous.
Those are some wide awake eyes.
Yeah, oh yeah. He's like, I'm ready to build a printer, dude. Huh? I'm ready. We made good progress. Can you say hi? Huh? He's like a gnat. Like the lights, every time he comes in here, he's just like, there's a lot going on here, Dad. You're kind of crazy. And I'm like, yes, sir. How old? What'd you say, Steve?
No.
No, he's 5.5 months. 5.5.
5.5.
5.5, dude. Yeah, he's getting his driver's license next week. No, yeah, he's.
Before you know it.
I know. No.
Oh, look at that
Bubby.
face.
Hi, Bubby. Is that Mama? He's still coming too, I think, huh? A little bit. Yeah. Uh-oh, doggies are coming in. All right, I'm gonna get going. It took longer because Daddy was dropping bearing balls and doing all sorts of silly stuff. All right, say bye, everybody. Bye, Jack. All right.
Hey, PB, I think we're good. Do you have any questions for PB before he takes off?
It's really hot in here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm always sweating. Like every time I wear pants during, I wear shorts every stream because I wear pants, I regret it halfway in.
Are we, did we have any questions for PB?
PB's taking off. Any last questions before I'm off to bed? I'll watch back the stream tomorrow. I don't think so. I mean, really all that's left is flip the bed frame on. We're gonna wait, we said, on the actual bed plate itself, because just for the added weight. I don't think so. 104 out? Today is the hottest day here though as well. So I think you definitely have us beat, but not by a lot. If I go, is that current temp or is that the high for the day?
Current.
Oh, geez. So right now it is.
It's saying a high of 105. You're 102?
102, dude. It's pretty hot, man. It's pretty freaking hot. So,
see you, PB. Thank you.
Pants should always be optional. Yes, I agree. Okay, so let's yeah. Thank you, PB. Have a great night. I hope you sleep like an angel. All right, so let's grab the frame, and with the front facing towards me. Okay, so strategy for not having brass fall out. Also direction. There's a logo. Logo should be front right, I imagine, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And then just kind of one slowly each side. Get it.
Weird. Mine is not sliding. I wonder if
it's really tight. Like,
is it?
It's got to be exactly. Make sure you keep it on the same side. I would.
I can't get it fully like. I can't get it fully flush anymore.
Get it back in there.
Not. I can get it on, but I can't.
It won't go flush.
Won't go flush. I'm gonna play around with it for a minute. We use socket heads, right? Like that's what we used for. I don't see how those could be interfering. That is super tight. Okay, so I got one of them on, but I don't think it should be that tight. That doesn't seem right to me. For them to function, don't they need to be really loose? Like, or at least real smooth?
It should slide.
That's too tight.
It doesn't slide on. Nice.
No, this one's way tight. Hold on. Let me show it. Let me see. Yeah, I can't even. Okay, so yeah, that's a tight fit on that side. It doesn't add up though, considering that they were on each other. I guess I didn't check before I put them on.
Is the head of the screw?
It's below the surface of the brass, so I don't see how. Yeah, I don't see how it could be interfering. But on both of them, it's like that. So let me switch and see if again there's some slightly different. Okay, so yeah, it slides smooth. I don't know how we can see that. It slides smooth up until there, and then it hits a hard stop.
Oh, interesting.
Let me try from the other direction. The other direction doesn't go on at all. Yeah, something's off. Both of yours went on smooth?
Yeah. Yeah, mine went back together. I mean, went together fine.
They're dented.
Huh?
They're dented.
They're dented?
Yeah, I can see it.
They came apart fine. You have a
but
file. You can just kind of ease the...
Yeah, you can see it like, let me see if I can focus.
Yeah. What happened?
Can you see it or no?
I can see it through the blur. Yeah, it dropped. It got dropped somewhere.
Is it possible?
Oh, you can, huh?
Yeah, I've got, I gotta run out to the garage and grab it. Are they both dented then? Because the other side wasn't going on either. I wonder if the entire, let me see. Yeah, I think it's all of it's going to take some work on this, because even like using the other side, it's also the same exact thing. That's a bummer. Okay, so this is super smooth. This side's super smooth. So I think it's one of the sides must have dropped.
It looks like it got dropped somewhere, maybe the factory or something.
Let's see. So here's the other side.
I got blobs. I got mine on, so I got big blobs of grease on the tops of the lead screws.
Yeah, so this one's perfect, or relatively perfect. The other one.
Yeah, so a little file to ease that is probably, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
If you can see a dent in the side, that's definitely what's causing it.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be... it's this one.
Sensitive. These are very sensitive to being lined up, though. The
Okay.
whole assembly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
playing
go
with it here. It binds up pretty quickly, but it runs very smooth if it's all lined up.
I'm giving you full screen while I do this, Steve. I'm gonna go run out to the garage.
Is it my turn to dance?
Yes, exactly. I'll be right back.
You're not gonna see any more than that from me. Okay. I have mine on here so you can see this. And we can, there's big blobs of grease. I loosened all of the bearings here so that things kind of settle into place. I think we're gonna do some fidgeting with the rest of the assembly to make sure all the pieces line up. Nobody does like Max, no. Yeah, see, I can't do that. I don't have that motion. So. Yeah, Joel, that's what I agree. A little bit of touch up with the file. As long as you don't scar up the rest of the piece, you can just get that one side and you'll be fine. Don't file along the whole
just the edge
dovetail there. Just file where it's bent.
Okay. Let's see. This was... Okay, where did you go? There it is. Okay. Let's see if I've got a teeny tiny file.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just at the very end.
So I seem to enjoy the duo live streams. This is a blast. I love it. The collab streams. Oops, I'm causing all kinds of trouble here. I'm gonna clean off tops of these, huh?
This is pretty much the last step, right? Aside from the like belt printed part or the belt CNC'd part.
As far as we got the
bed goes.
Huh?
As far as the bed goes.
Yeah, we have the Z stepper.
Oh, that's right. That's right down below.
And the upper mounts.
Let's see if I did anything.
A little bit of the extra grease off of there.
Nope, definitely still needs more. Bummer. I wish I had a spare.
I think there's going to be, just judging from how this is going together, I think there should be some, we might need to realign all these brackets.
Okay.
Because although it seems like they should be square and flush with the extrusion below them, oh, maybe that just needs to shift this way. I think moving this all the way down is going to tell a lot more of the story. Getting
If
this
it binds
all
up.
Yeah. Let's see where that is. And then everything else, there, that's the bottom. Now things are looking a little more reasonable, actually. So I'm looking at the lead screws and how they're centered. They should be centered in the hole in this bed frame. And they are down here at the bottom. So I think that's actually pretty good.
Okay. Okay, we're making progress, Steve.
Yeah. Oh,
I was able to get it all the way through. It's still not as smooth as I'd like, so I'm gonna just do a little bit more, but yeah, I was able to actually get it across the entire thing.
Good. Anyone know if there have been other 3D printing collabs like this? I don't know how many. I know David Randolph and Chris Riley from Chris's Basement did a switchwire build live streams quite a while ago, over a year ago.
Yeah, it was right when the LDO kit was first coming out.
Yeah. I don't know who else has done any. Does anybody in chat know any other? It's all in the hips. Yeah, my hips are not flexible enough, I guess, to dance then.
I don't dance often, but when I do, I get wild. When I was younger, like really young, probably like middle school, I remember I was really into like America's Best Dance Crew and like street performing type stuff. And so like I taught myself how to do like headstand and like some side like head pose. I mean, granted, I was 40 pounds lighter and not like much more in my prime, but I still think I can do a pretty solid headstand. I just don't do it very often. It's like my party trick. Okay, so I think we are near there. Let me see if the other side is good.
Me and Pooch was in person, which is a whole different thing. In person and the same build. Joel and Mandic did it was a video, not a live stream.
I think this is good enough, Steve.
Okay, good.
Yeah, like watch, let me show you what we're working with here. Overhead. Zoom in. All right, so this is, let me make sure I'm actually, yeah, so this is the side that was jacked up. It's right here in this front corner. Before I couldn't even get it on barely. Now takes a little bit, I guess again, like you said, it still has to be perfectly straight, but slides through.
It's easy to bind up, but if you get it on there and then it'll move the 2 millimeters in any direction smoothly, then you're good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Once it's on there, if it'll move that much smoothly, then you're good.
Yeah, okay, cool. We're good to go. Okay, so final piece goes on right here. Oh, nope, that's not right.
The VZBot does not use any auto tramming. It can use a mesh to take care of any little imperfections in a bed. But there's a lot of time spent on this, similar like a Voron Zero. You spend a lot of time manually tramming the bed, and then it should just stay there.
How did you drop these on? Did you go kind of just low and?
Yeah, just kind of slowly worked it each of the 4 corners, making sure that it lined up with the.
Did you loosen the? You said you loosened the bearing screws.
Yeah, at a certain point I did. It ended up going better when I loosened those bearing screws, and then I slowly worked it all the way down to the bottom to see how things are lining up.
Oh, it dropped on all of them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then you'll wanna work the lead screws both sides at the same time.
Okay.
Or very small movements on each side.
All right.
Yeah, going good?
Yeah.
Nice. It binds up easily, huh?
Okay, yeah, it really does.
Yeah. So I think the goal would be make sure all your bearings are loose, like loose.
Okay, so loosen them all.
And you'll probably see some of them shift into place if they were contributing to the binding, and that'll be the 3 millimeter drivers. Yeah, I am going to be building the Rook. I will be building the Rook after this series, after my V0 rebuild, then it's Rook.
Oh, baby. That is way smoother.
Way smoother, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
All the way to where the bearings are touching the machine bracket on the bottom. So with my Rook build, it'll be, we're gonna build it, but then I'm gonna give it away. So.
Okay, and then you tighten it down once it hit the bottom?
Yeah, but I was checking, do your lead screws, do they look like they're coming up through the middle of the holes in the machine part? You know, just how do things line up down there? And then it just kind of,
Pretty dang good. Like, I'm looking at it and, I mean, I can't say it's perfect. It might be a ½ mil off or something like that, but like, it's certainly, I mean, might be easier if I look from like truly top down. Let me go front cam. First, let you guys all get back of my head.
Geary mode.
Yeah, this looks, I mean, again, there's a chance it's slightly off, but it's pretty even gap around the lead screw on all sides.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. Okay, and then you did tighten them at that point a little bit, the bearings again?
Yeah, so the bearings, I just kind of wiggled them just to make sure they're settled into place, and then tighten them into, there's only 3 screws going in there, but in the 3,
let's see. Nice. Thank you for the 5 euros. Baba, you need to work more often with Steve. It's going a lot faster than usual. Love you, man. Thank you very much. I had my concerns. Steve and I chat fairly often, and like I know that there's been times where me and Steve are on a conversation, and like I still go off on my ranting, and then Steve gets excited about something. So, but yeah, I think that so far we've done a pretty good job of like reeling it in, you know. But yeah, Nice is always pulling my leg about speed in terms of like, he's like, oh my gosh, you're never gonna get this print done or this build done. So I'm quite happy with progress.
What if I win it? Then I'll ship it to you, zombie.
The rook that you're gonna build a giveaway? Yeah. I'm gonna enter for that. Is that next after this for you?
I'm gonna finish with the V0 that I've been working on.
That's right, the duet upgrade
before this. I've got another potential project coming up that I don't want to say out loud yet, but it might be a lot of fun. So.
Arm wrestle me for it.
I need to check. What I need to research is international concerns with shipping that rook, because if at all possible, I want all of my giveaway stuff to be available to the entirety of my audience, or at least the vast majority of it. So I don't want to restrict that to US or whatever.
We shipped the V0 for the I think it was 1,000 subscriber stream that Fabrico donated towards the stream or towards the giveaway, and that went to Europe. And we were able to make it work, but it was definitely costly. Like we had to pay, like the VAT was what really hit us. I think it was like an extra $40 in VAT or something like that for the shipment. So it's definitely, Fabrico was awesome, and we basically ended up splitting it. Like he said, I'll pay, you know, the original shipping I was gonna pay, and then split the difference or whatever with you. But yeah, it definitely adds up depending on the country and their import laws and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Fabrico has offered to suggested the giveaway and that they'd take care of that. They didn't, at that time we weren't talking about international, so I'll be taking care of whatever the difference is in international anyway. So anyway, we're on split screen here. Are we done?
No, we gotta do the motor, right? You want to do the motor, don't you?
I'd like to get yeah, we might as well. We got 45 minutes. That's plenty of time. Well, assuming we go to 4 hours.
I got still a quarter of PB&J and some caffeine. I'm good to go.
What I think we should do is get this bed frame aligned to where it moves up and down in its motion correctly, which means putting the top rod mount
the arms.
on. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's next in the assembly anyway. Now they talk about the instructions have the bed, but we're deviating from the instructions here and not putting the bed on yet.
For
because
weight.
Yeah, the weight and wires hanging and in the way.
Yeah.
So we'll be saving the bed setup for another stream.
Okay, magnetic sheet. Yes, we're not doing that. Leveling knobs, we're not doing either right now. Okay, so next up, is top rod mounts.
It's top rod mounts.
And as far as these go, how are we spacing them is my question. Does it say like, I want to take a look at the 235 manual versus, okay, so we're going to be using
330 or the 235 there.
This is 235, this is 330. Okay. So 235 shows, again, the parts, inserting M410s into the smooth rod
M410s?
traps, or whatever. Yeah, M4.
Are those really M410s?
There could be the M420s.
Those are
There's M410s and 20s. Okay, so the 10s are for the...
M420s. They gotta be.
Yeah, the 10s are for the T-nuts then.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got
looking at the
M4...
part. M420 button heads. We have 4 of these.
Exactly what we need.
Go for each 4 of these.
Let me grab out the... I think I got jelly on my hands.
ATS and CS that the international winner is liable for the tax. We would rather that than miss out. We'll figure something out. I'll figure out what makes the most sense for that.
What direction are you doing these bolts in, Steve? Are you going inner or outer so that way they're like uniform with each other? Are you doing both on the same side?
I haven't actually looked at all of them. Let me get some fasteners in here. I'd probably want to see the heads of the screws from the front.
Okay.
I think that's the play.
Okay.
I don't know that it's possible because it looks like these are all machined the same. So that's not possible. So it looks like we're gonna see the...
Wait, oh, you're saying one side, half of this is smooth and half is threaded?
Correct.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
In order to be a clamp, it has to be.
Yep, yeah, you're right.
I have all my Cocoa Press beta materials now. Awesome.
Oh, sick. That's right. You went home from, was Rocky Mountain or Earth? Earth with it, right, Liz? I remember you posted a photo with Zombie, and you had the Cocoa Press beta. Okay, so I'm just loosely installing these. When mounting the top rods, make sure... We should probably also preload the M410s with T-nuts, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I'd use the alignment jig to prevent skew. Oh, yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. That's what the original plan was, right?
Yes. These are pretty... Yes, we will confirm it that way anyway. See you, Pascal.
1, 2.
You carried it through the airports at Murph? Awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah, I saw the photo of Liz and Zombie after in the airport with, or I think you guys are both in the airport. I don't like this camera for, I'm just gonna do front cam for a second while I'm doing this because it's...
There you go, yeah.
It's focusing way too much. And I dropped one. These are too precious. I cannot be dropping them.
Cannot lose them.
The fact that, no, it's different than normal where I drop one.
What's your floor in there? What kind of floor do you have in there?
Carpet. It looks like
it looks
carpet
like
that makes it not easy to find.
and steel fasteners.
Exactly. It's actually yeah.
It's fastener colored.
Actually, no. That's a bummer. I actually don't see where it bounced to. Well, I guess I have some spares because I bought that extra set, so I'll try not to drop any more. Yeah, it's like a really, I don't know how to describe it. I can show it. Check out my floor. It's very much, like, it hides things very well. Let's see. Nope, wrong way.
Focus. Oh yeah, that looks like
it hides things
in my other garage. Same color.
Yeah. I like it. Like, it's a nice looking carpet, but it's not great for, you know, anything silver and black. Like, it hides really well. So, okay, let's try that again. Dropped one. Okay, once the T-nuts are in place, it shouldn't be an issue. I'm holding them now as I, like, using both hands to make sure I guide it through the right channel. Let's see.
How fun. These,
What happened?
nothing, just the fastener, the amount of amount of torque you have to put on the screw to properly clamp the
On the smooth rod?
yeah.
Quite a bit, right? It was the same with the other one for me. At least one of them. One of them took quite a bit more oomph than the rest of them.
On the bottom?
Trick for finding things on the floor. What's that?
Yeah,
on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
here's what I'm doing here. My plan here, as I'm kind of figuring this out as I go, is I'm putting the part on the smooth rod,
Yep.
and then putting the attaching it to the frame, and temporarily tightening that screw that goes into the frame, and making sure that it's flush with the frame. So what that's doing is making sure that the machine parts here, if you want to give me.
Yeah, let me go to you.
So making sure that this is square to the frame here by lining it up on the edge of the extrusion, tightening this that way I don't have to worry about this shifting and me tightening the clamping onto the rod with it skewed. So now once that's tight, then I can loosen this and I can make sure it's proper fore and aft. Does that make sense?
I lost you. One sec. My
AirPod.
my AirPod is dead. Let's see. There you are. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I lost you for a sec. So it sounded like you said, drop it onto the smooth rod, just leave it like
Drop it on the
smooth.
rod,
Yep.
and then bolt it to the frame to where it's all square.
Okay.
Temporarily tighten that, then tighten it to the smooth rod, tighten that clamp bolt. That way it doesn't tighten skewed.
Okay.
And then we can loosen it on the frame and make sure everything's lined up.
Okay.
See ya, Alan.
Gotta run. Thanks for the stream. See you Sunday. Have a great night. Did you go based off feel or sight for these for tightening it onto the frame?
On the side here,
Yeah.
based on feel.
Okay.
Just making sure it's square, and there's going to be a little bit of play we can do.
I feel like for me, sight is almost easier.
So this will go on here, and then this would slide all the way down. But for now, we will line this up here. And that's square, and then this can tighten up.
Remember how I said I was gonna loosen the Y extrusion and like try to fix that?
Oh, well, yeah, that's just one of those things we're gonna have to basically go through the motions here for the process, and then you're gonna have to tweak. Tweak in between streams. At least you have an extra day now.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Okay. And I think it's a matter of we should. This printed part here, if I take this printed part and, it's kind of hard to see, but if I take this printed part and kind of run it along the edge here, it appears
pretty
to
good.
be correct. Might try grabbing my calipers and see if I can get a little better. Make sure that is something like that, but I can't read it. Maybe I can get it this way. Yeah.
Okay. So I've got that now. Tightening these. Okay, so on the top, the smooth rods are definitely not flush. They stick out a bit.
What's that?
Like on the bottom, the smooth rods are flush. On the top, it's not even close to being flush.
Correct.
Yeah.
I noticed that as well.
Okay. Which is fine. I just sort of stating it.
Yeah. You can take the camera
Sure that...
back.
Okay.
It's probably a better view with what you're doing.
Okay. Maybe. That's tough to see. Maybe if I zoom out a little bit. Oh no! Dropped your tray. Okay, so I am just going to tighten this.
So GP, we can kind of, the problem is this is a printed alignment jig. To a certain degree, it's useful for getting things lined up, but for properly aligning everything, some sort of measurement would be better. Because right now it looks, I mean, just sliding this along here, held square to the frame, everything looks fine. And it might be, but. And there's definitely an advantage here that we have machine parts which are kind of pulling these rods square, because there isn't any play like there would be in a plastic piece in these clamp joints. I actually wonder.
Okay. So I dropped the brackets on, loose, and then I squared, at least made sure it was, as flush as possible with this outside of these extrusions, with the Y extrusions. And then I clamped these bolts onto the smooth rods. Did you loosen them again, these pieces, or no, you just decided to leave them?
We would loosen those to make adjustments now. So
gotcha.
Those pieces are clamped to the smooth rods, and that's fixed now. Because
yep.
all that setting is vertical and that it's perpendicular to the frame.
Gotcha. But if we're gonna do that, I'm just trying to think. So the bottom won't shift at all. So would your recommendation be to still use two, or just basically put one of these printed things up on the top underneath the motor, assuming that the bottom, which is already locked in place, is good, and then kind of pull it against the printed part up top?
That is a way to do it. Like I said, the concern I have is it is a printed part. We're assuming that, at this point now, you can't really tell if it's actually against the part on the bottom, right?
Should we move the bed up and down and see if it
That's
feels
what I'm doing
still?
right now. That's what I'm kind of doing.
Okay.
What I was trying to do is get an angle at it as well, because if you look at this printed piece also, this is an angled surface here. So
yep.
Where on that is it touching?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's exact.
So
this is feeling really good though.
I'm noticing on this that as I get towards the top here, and let's see where it actually lines up, the lead screw here, you can see it's now biased to the inside. You see that?
Mine's opposite.
This other side is towards the outside.
Okay.
See?
Yeah, mine are both towards the outside.
So there may be some adjustment in the bottom we can do. Maybe. I don't know what's causing that.
Yeah, I'm looking at mine, and both of mine are kind of pushing up almost to the sides now.
Yeah.
It does move really smooth still though.
What is causing that? I tweak that by tweaking this.
Could it not just be the clamps up top?
Well, what I've done here is I'm just if you see here, I can move. You see, I can move this. I know the focus is wrong because it's trying to focus up here. Maybe I can get this. You see how I can move this around now? I can move that around by moving this piece down here. If I move that to where it's more centered here, is it going to stay centered down there? You see that? Now it's centered.
Yeah, I did. What did you loosen? The entire bottom aluminum piece?
Yeah, this bracket, the top of the,
just the center
bearing assembly.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm curious to see though if you do that again. If you drop it down, did you now make it where it's going to be closer when you get closer to it?
It really shouldn't be, because when it gets closer to it, it needs to be. I mean, it's a shorter distance there.
Huh. Do you think it's just a little bit of play in that CNC part on the top?
I think it's the play in the bottom. If that goes there, now I've got both centered up here. If I take it down, oh, this is actually a lot easier to move too, even just doing that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's centered down on the bottom now. Now if I take it back to the top, just use the belt. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Once it's lined up, use the belt. There we go. Hey, JC.
What's up?
Yeah, that was the way to do it there, Daniel.
With the belt, or with the way you just did that?
Yeah, so at the bottom, everything was lined up. I took it to the top. Everything's moving smooth now. I took it to the top, and then based on where the lead screw is within this machined hole, I shifted the top of the bottom bracket until it lined up. Until it lined up. Huh?
It's looking pretty good on mine too. Like I'm going further down, and like you said, it's not deviating from center. As it goes further down, it's still sticking with that.
Yep. So I think we're good, and I'm not detecting any binding in the. I think that a lot of it is these machined lower brackets are basically forcing these the rods to be straight up and down. And if you didn't tweak it as you were tightening the top, it's just in place.
Yeah, I mean, we also, with the smooth rods, installed them flat against our, surfaces. So so that should have helped. But yeah, it's looking much better. I don't see it going.
Yeah, this is moving way more smooth than when I first put it on. This is moving up and down just good. I've had lunch and supper during this stream.
That's awesome. Yeah, mine did a little bit at the top, but that's only because they weren't even. Like I don't have them exactly even yet.
Yeah, mine's good. I would call that basically done.
Interesting. When I turn just one of them, it's much smoother. The other one just kind of follows suit.
So if you look at where, we're looking at mine. So this, if we see, here, let's see if I can get this over to more.
Hey, Kyle. My bot. Steve.
Yeah. That's terrible.
Does your top cam have manual focus or no? Mine doesn't. I can't reach it to do it.
I can't reach it. They're both Z1s, right?
Yep.
So here, with this view, if this is forward and back at the top, then you would adjust that with the lower bearing on the bottom. Get that?
Gotcha.
So
okay. Yeah.
If it's in and out, you adjust it with the top bearing. If it's forward and back, you adjust it with the lower bearing.
That makes sense.
This
because
it's biased a little bit back, so I would go down here and I would adjust the lower one a little bit. So this should, yeah, this should be able to do that by adjusting the lower bearing there, that it decided to focus on at just the right time. That's awesome.
Yeah, so
this,
I mean, it makes sense. The top one's locked into the other machine part, so it can only slide ever so softly, you know, front and back, while the other one's locked into the extrusion with T-nuts, so it has the ability to go the opposite direction, like you said. So yeah. Hey, we hit 200 likes. Thank you, everybody. Nice. That's awesome.
I'm getting my head in the way, but I gotta be able to see.
I can go back to me. So the last thing, really, if we are going through this, is going to be that Z.
Yeah, I would call this good. Yeah, that's moving nice. Okay, awesome. Okay, we got
Z motor bracket.
Put the Z motor on there.
We want to? I feel like we should just finish up the Z.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
I would probably, since these are brass Oldham couplers, I would probably take some of that super lube and put a very light little bit in there on the lead screws. Okay.
Oh, on the okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Just a very little bit, and let it distribute it during use
as it goes up and down.
So I would put it more probably towards the top third of the lead screw. That way, you just
where the bed's primarily going to be. Yeah. I need to also clean up. I didn't realize, but there's a bunch of leftover grease on the smooth rods from when I pushed them through.
Yeah.
Okay, so for this next part...
That is super smooth. I like it. Okay. We got all that. There's probably instructions here that I ignored. We ignored.
Got to shoot. Great live stream. See you on Sunday. Hey, thanks for hanging out, JP. Not JP, GP.
Hey, GP.
Red.
See ya.
I love the single piece bed. Yeah, the bed is really nice. The CNC bed is gorgeous.
Yeah.
All right, so for this next piece, we've got 2 aluminum parts. So I'm looking at the 330 instructions. Let me really quickly look at the 235. So M310s, M410s, M310s, M410s.
Yeah, the bed is manually leveled. Yep.
Is it? Yeah. M3. We need washers. Did it come with washers, this kit?
No. There are no washers in the kit. Does it say washers?
Yeah, it does. M3 washer.
M3 washer. I do not have M3 washers over here. They're in the other garage.
You
don't have M3 washers?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, there are.
I think I'm just gonna. I think I'm gonna go without the 330 doesn't show washers.
Oh, it shows washers in the 235.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah. Proper use would have washers for this, but
for the adjusting point.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, so we need steppers. Where are the steppers?
So this stepper is in the power supply box, the gantry box, where the gantry was.
Okay.
The big old 60 millimeter LDO.
Oh shoot! Yeah, I didn't realize. I just took out a tiny little stepper from an LDO box. I saw the LDO box and was like, oh, that's not it. Yeah, this thing's a beast.
The extruder stepper, but yeah,
this thing's a monster.
This guy's big.
Let me show it.
The bed has an option for springs. There's a couple of options in the kit for the bed. Yeah, big old stepper.
Yeah, it's huge. Okay, so stepper check, and then we need the G22, which is in the where all the aluminum parts are.
Yes, yeah, it's one of the one of the pulleys that was in there. It looks like it goes on.
M410s, I said. And then M14, that's cool.
Does this give any advice on how far that pulley goes on?
It says we'll align it later.
Align it later. Okay.
But it looks like teeth down.
Teeth towards the stepper.
It's teeth towards stepper. Yeah, exactly.
Teeth towards stepper, like that.
Yep. Let's see if I can maybe do overhead for this. Sometimes I don't like, what camera do I want to show? There we go, that works. Okay.
Hey, Steve.
Let me...
There is no probe included in the kit. Theoretically, this is pretty much, I mean, think V0. V0 doesn't have any, I mean, you manually tram the bed and you don't even run a mesh.
The steppers were made for stepping.
I don't run a mesh on my Mercury 1 right now, at all.
Oh, really? It's just flat? So you just tram and go?
Huh? Yeah, I just
tram though before.
And go.
Okay. My frame is not, it's skewed. Until I rebuild it with the beefier frame, I can't trust it without a mesh. Remember how much of a nightmare it was? Yeah. You helped me. You saw that I had, there was a couple things. One, I had the step value incorrect for Z, so that was making it double the correction, which was a huge issue. And the second thing was that I had those triangle aluminum pieces, and it was basically hitting them, but it wasn't causing it to skip steps, but it was causing it to, it was a big, that was a huge headache for me.
Yep. Okay.
So as far as, are you tightening it at all, or are you leaving it loose on the shaft?
I'm leaving it loose. I just tightened it enough to where it doesn't fall out.
Okay.
So there is a chamfer on this aluminum piece. There's a chamfer on one side, not the other. Trying to figure out.
I'm assuming chamfer goes up.
Yeah, I'd want the chamfer to go probably visible, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes sense to me.
So it means that the chamfer would go towards the stepper for bolting it on.
Chamfer would go towards, oh, interesting.
Yeah, because the stepper sits upside down. Yeah.
Okay.
And then in 3x10 button heads.
Yeah, with the plug facing towards the adjustment points.
Oh, okay. Good call.
Yep.
Okay.
I learned that the hard way when I one time was like, oh, it does matter. I can't get to the port anymore. All right.
No gear height adjustment gauge. Nope. We adjust that later, apparently. These would be another case for some weak Loctite.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but the good thing is though, it's only one, and if I do run into issues, like it should be fairly easy to see that your bed's not lifting or going, correctly. So if I need to, like I'll add some later on. But yeah, pretty much with all the builds, the main thing that everyone agrees on is the set screws can use a little bit of Loctite. Okay.
Okay, so then I guess this is gonna get centered in here, and we use, what are these, M4 by something? M4 by 10s?
Where are we looking?
M4 by 10s to attach the bracket to the frame.
Yeah, is there, nope, no chamfer on that.
No chamfer, yep, so it's just, either way is fine. These are well machined parts. The anodizing on them is great.
Very pretty.
Very consistent. I haven't really seen any issues with the way they're machined, like things that get in the way.
Yeah, no, I think they did a great job on that.
Yeah.
I do bed mesh my DaVinci 14 with conductive nozzle as probe on the flip side of the flex sheet. Interesting. Steve's vid is lagging. His voice is out of sync. Really?
Really?
It looks spot on to me. Like looking at you come through the Looking at you come through.
What's that?
It looks fine to me. But I don't know.
It's hard. Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
We're getting close. We're getting real close.
Does purple Loctite come in stick form? I don't know. I didn't even know stick form was a thing. Steve might be able to answer that.
I have not. Someone was mentioned that before. We can't find the weak Loctite in stick form.
It's not weak, Steve. Okay, it's just not. You can like look at the weak
Strength challenged.
Yeah. Are you measuring for center right now? Or are you just roughly placing center?
I'm measuring.
What are you using? Like just a ruler?
Just a ruler.
Okay. When you figure out what center is, please yell the value.
Like 100. It seems like an odd number, but it's like 156 millimeters
from the edge.
Here, from the side, the inside of the rear. Yeah, here's how will this even be visible? I think you can.
Okay.
That's how I'm measuring it. I'm laying it across.
Oh, over the top.
Yeah.
Dude, that's way cooler. Okay. And you said it's what, roughly?
156 is what it appears. Yeah.
Okay.
That seems like an odd number, but it's 155 and maybe 56, but if you're that close on this piece, it doesn't really matter any more than that.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
I don't know exactly how long those extrusions are. Or how wide, I guess I can measure how wide this machine piece is. That might be where the weirdness is coming from. This machine piece is, 74.3 millimeters wide. That's why it's a weird measurement.
Gotcha. Drop the link in your Discord. Okay, sweet. Thank you, Shammy. Let me tighten this up.
Okay. Then we just have a. What are they in? In 4x10s to hold the thing down, huh?
It looks like it. Yeah, M410s.
Yeah, so kind of get the belt up over the pulleys.
Yeah, let me take a second to do that.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. Get those up over the pulleys. Now, this is the challenge with this type of setup. All of this, where these. I think it might be easier to take this all the way to the bottom. Take your bed to the bottom, index against the machine parts, and then reach in there and get all your belts in the right spot.
Okay.
And it's going to, this is why I don't like the single belt setup, because lining all of this up, we'll probably have to loosen those pulleys on the bottom to properly line things up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just thinking right now, like normally if it's off, if there's a motor, I just have it like skip a step, but that doesn't work in this situation.
Right. So what'll happen is we'll loosen the grub screws on those pulleys that are on the lead screws. And let things settle into place and then tighten them back up.
Did I get modded? I don't. No, I don't think you got modded, Buddha. You got membership though. Unless Steve's pocket. You got your cell phone, Steve? Maybe.
I don't think I can promote to mod.
Yeah, maybe not. I'll give you standard.
Yeah.
Give you standard mod powers. I can give you custom if you're if you can give me a compelling reason why.
I can put a user in timeout. I can remove a user. I can report a user. I can hide a user on the channel, but I can't promote anybody.
Okay.
So my suggestion for PB viewing this later is make sure that we have M4 washers spec'd for this motor mount and probably go to M4 by 12s at that point.
Dan says it's nice when you want to move it later that you can adjust the belt. Yeah, I mean, once you get it set, I guess it's not a big deal, right? Like, it's just the initial setup. Once it's set, if you have everything locked in place, you really shouldn't have to adjust it very often. But the initial setup could be a pain depending on, you know, depending. Mine feels like it's moving pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, same here. Yep.
I was saving purple Loctite glue sticks. I was saying purple Loctite glue sticks are on Amazon, but it got removed. Oh no.
Awesome.
Do we want to do the belt thing or no? There's no point. Like, I mean, we just wrap that up on the next stream with the beginning.
Because I think now we're back to the gantry once we get this going, right? We're back to cleaning up the rest of the gantry, tightening all the bolts, putting the belts in, tensioning the belts.
Yeah.
That's a whole half of the stream in itself.
The only other things, like, so the things, I need to order the socket heads for the bed, 4 of them at least. So we skipped putting handles on, which again isn't really a big deal because it's just handles. For the bed, the last things that are needed are that CNC'd cable chain part and the CNC'd end stop part.
Yeah.
And then that's really it. On my end, the things, and I also want to check my Y. Like I said, yeah,
to clean that up.
Yeah.
Which might tweak some of the other things. So you're going to want to get that tweaked, which is going to skate
I think I'm going to loosen. Yeah, the only thing I can see it really tweaking is it'll pull on the smooth rod. So I'm going to have to loosen the clamps for the smooth rod. So that way if I shift the Y up a little bit forward or backward, like whichever the side that I'm adjusting, I need to loosen the hardware for the bed on that side as well. Yeah, otherwise it's going to either be pulling on smooth rods, pulling on the CNC parts, or it won't do it correctly. But it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I think I could realistically get it revised in like 20-30 minutes if I spent some time on it. The overall footprint of the machine looks pretty nice, not huge, not tiny. Yeah, this is going to be an awesome, like when it's all said and done, like I'm planning on throwing all sorts of things at this printer. I like the form factor is rad. Like I dig the 235 build volume. It's awesome.
I was just kind of showing a little bit of a view here on build size that's the 235 plate in there.
I will install camp, Kyle. I'll get the adaptive meshing going on. Wait, I can't do camp on this. What am I saying? Unless I install bed leveling, I won't be able to do camp on it, not initially. Cool. Well, we got through what we had wanted to get through.
A whole other section, basically.
What's that? Yeah, we got through. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's just the tiny little pieces of. It looks awesome. I mean, I feel like, especially after next week, mechanically, I think after next stream, or maybe the following stream, I think most of the mechanical stuff will be on, and then it's the wiring world, which is going to be, you know, like I feel like Aladdin and Jasmine, you know, like a whole new world. It's gonna be a wild.
We've talked about that a little bit in kind of plans and prep.
Yep, still need you to send me the spade connectors or whatever, the right size spade and forks. A nice 4-hour stream. Yeah, Steve stretched me out an extra hour, but it's cool. The streams go by quicker, I think, having a second person. It feels quicker. Yeah. So I tag you on Discord for a reminder. Awesome. Thank you, Nice. Thanks for the streams. Love this team up. Yeah, it's been a ton of fun. Let me go for the
outside
final thing here. Yeah, side to side, exactly. It's where it started and it's where it's ending. So for anybody that either joined late or didn't see Sunday's stream, the next part of this will be this upcoming Sunday over on Steve's channel, Steve Builds, and the link to that is in the description. So if you click that, go over there. We'll be continuing Sunday and then back here on Wednesday. So Sundays on Steve's, Sundays with Steve, Wednesdays on this channel. And it'll be 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And game plan is to basically do the toolhead, gantry. I would imagine belts, extruder, Goliath, and whatever else comes along with all that.
Yep.
There's quite a bit of CNC parts in the hot end assembly, like the cage thing that you build. I saw that when I was looking at parts last night, so it'll be fun.
So anybody who who's new here on Daniel's channel that's normally watching my channel, if you haven't subscribed, be sure to click on that button down there.
We stream every Wednesday. Even when Steve's not here, we stream. But Steve's always here in spirit, or he drops by on his lunch break and says hello. Yeah, usually
take my 10 minutes of my lunch break to say hi.
I appreciate it.
So
cool. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you, Steve, for again, for being 50% of the equation, if not more, today with your guidance on the linear rail cleaning and the linear rail greasing. I did drop a couple balls, which was my concern, but again, the grease at least, the grease was a lifesaver, man. Grease makes a huge difference because if it falls, it sticks to everything. It doesn't hit something and just roll off into the nether. So, yeah. And then as far as Sunday's stream, I imagine we'll try to get it scheduled by tomorrow latest, right? If not tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That way, if anyone wants to set a reminder,
for sure. I'll take a picture of this.
Yeah. I'll post it in my Discord as well, and I'm sure Steve will do the same, and in all the places. So,
yeah, I think I look tired because I'm sitting here hanging over the printer, but I'm good. I could go another 2 hours.
I don't doubt that one bit. Cool. All right, everybody. On that note, we will hopefully see you on Sunday then.
Good night.
All right. Bye, everyone. Thank you, everyone, as well, for all the gifted. I should say it again. Thank you, everybody, for the gifted memberships and the donations. There was a ton of gifted members, so thank you to everybody that supported.